Chapter 10:14, Tit for tat in the winter cold. Ni Young, even clad in a thick down jacket, felt cold. However, Grandfather Du still wore that same old-fashioned long robe, stepping around in a pair of cloth shoes. I was born with a cold constitution. I fear neither cold nor heat, Grandfather Du stated indifferently. Ni Young nodded, as if she had just remembered something. Oh, right, I think I've heard you say that before. Back in summer at the airport, when they were seeing Immortality off, Ni Young had even joked that Grandfather Du's physique was ideal for medical experiments. Why are you alone? Where's Peiji? Grandfather Du twisted his Buddha beads, continuing to inquire. He's gone to see city, Ni Young replied. Grandfather Du nodded slightly. As he passed the middle-aged man begging for alms, he instinctively reached for a banknote from his person to throw into the bowl. But just as he was about to toss it, a pale hand blocked his. Don't give it to him. The middle-aged beggar was stunned, having thought he was about to score a small fortune today, only to have someone block his money-making path. This young girl was just too cruel. Not giving money was one thing, but to prevent others from giving. Couldn't she see how pitiful he was? Compared to the comrade who had just readily parted with 50 cents, she was far worse. The middle-aged man's face looked unpleasant. Grandfather Du looked up. The owner of the hand was Ni Young, his face showing bewilderment, as he knew that Ni Young was not someone without compassion. He's a professional beggar, Ni Young explained. A professional beggar. Grandfather Du was somewhat puzzled. Ni Young continued, simply put, someone who lives off begging. Don't think he looks pitiable now. When it comes time to clock out, his food and drink, his clothes and housing are all better than anyone else's. Though poor, he held firm to his pride. True paupers would not beg. It was the 80s, China's economy was thriving. As long as one had strength and wasn't disabled, basically no one would starve to death. In the future, professional beggars could be seen almost everywhere, in subways, in malls. Some professional beggars were worth millions, owning dozens of apartments in the city. This middle-aged man could be considered a pioneer among professional beggars. How can you tell that he is a professional beggar? Grandfather Du asked. Ni Yang's tone was indifferent, not afraid of being overheard by the kneeling professional beggar. Look at how physically strong he is, he doesn't seem disabled at all. Since he's not disabled and in the prime of life, why can't he earn money with his own labor? The rice shop ahead offers 3 cents for carrying a sack of rice, and they hire year-round. Moreover, I've observed that regardless of wind or rain, he never misses a day. Such people exploit the sympathy of others for personal gain and satisfaction, and they truly don't deserve compassion. That's enough to conclude he's a professional beggar. Grandfather Du asked, still twisting his Buddha beads. Of course there's more. Ni Yang's eyes were clear and voice was soft. Even though he seems thin, his features are bright and animated. True beggars, due to constant inadequate nutrition, should appear thin and pale. Does he look like someone who can't get enough to eat to you? On hearing this, the middle-aged man on the ground broke into a cold sweat. He had been begging here for so long and it was the first time someone had exposed him, and the person was a young girl, barely 18 or 19 years old. The feeling was indeed, it seemed he needed to find a new spot. The middle-aged man glanced up at Ni Young, then got up and ran away in an embarrassing manner. Watching the middle-aged man's retreating figure, a smile appeared on Ni Yang's face, her dimples showing lightly. See, he fled in panic. Smiles are contagious. A slight curve also appeared on Grandfather Du's lips, like a flower blooming in the icy snow, ushering in a rebirth of all things. Wu Yenyun had not gone far. Instead, she hid behind an alley and watched. Because she was too far away, she couldn't clearly hear what they were saying, but she saw Ni Young stopping Grandfather Du from giving money very clearly. What was Ni Young doing? Was it intentional? Had she actually seen her already? Just because she had given the beggar 50 cents, should Yang prevent Grandfather Du from giving money? It was one thing not to give money, but she actually drove away the poor beggar. Why did she do that? That was just too much. Wu Yanyan bit her lip tightly, staring angrily at the back of Yang. It's already noon, have you eaten? Yang pulled out a wristwatch from her pocket, looked at the time, and asked Grandfather Du if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10-15, Tit for Tat _2. No, Grandpa Du shook his head. With the idea of caring for the elderly who live alone in mind, and recalling Imo Kishin's advice, Yang continued, then let's go have dinner together, I haven't eaten either. Okay. Grandpa Du originally thought Yang would take him somewhere fancy, but instead, she took him to an unknown food street. In the cold weather, the food street was bustling with people and the scents of various foods mingled together. It was quite fragrant, but for someone like Grandpa Du who was accustomed to high-end hotels, it was somewhat uncomfortable, mainly because such roadside stalls couldn't possibly be very clean. Grandpa Du glanced at Yang and saw no sign of disgust in her eyes. This person really isn't picky. In fact, Yang wasn't particular about food at all. She could be seen in high-end Western restaurants elegantly eating steak or sitting at a roadside stall eating spicy hot soup without any care for her image. As long as it tastes good, what's the fuss about? If you're always worried about this and that in life, what's the fun in that? Sit down. Yang led Grandpa Du to a wonton stall and sat down. Don't be fooled by the simplicity of this stall, it's actually quite tasty. Technology is advancing, and the times are progressing. In the past, wontons were only available in Guangguan, but now, as more people start businesses, Beijing's delicacies have also increased. Grandpa Du leaned forward and sat opposite Yang, placing the Buddha beads on the table and taking out a handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously wiping the bowls and chopsticks. Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. This person is quite particular. Eating at a roadside stall and still worrying about hygiene. Boss, give me a bowl of chicken soup wontons. As she spoke, Yang looked at Grandpa Du. What would you like? They have rice noodle rolls here as well. The same as you. Grandpa Du glanced down. Okay. Yang nodded and told the shopkeeper, then we'll have 2 portions of chicken soup wontons, and also 1 spicy duck head and 1 gizzard, that's all. Alright, just a moment. Soon, the wontons and braised duck head were served. Yang grabbed a duck head immediately. I'm starting, don't be shy. First, she took a bite of the spicy duck head, letting the spicy and fresh taste fill her mouth, then followed it with a sip of delicious chicken soup. It was incredibly satisfying. Seeing Yang's satisfied expression, Grandpa Du also picked up a duck head and took a bite. Although the taste wasn't as exquisite as that of the fancy places, it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Try the gizzard too, it's also pretty good. Yang finished a duck head and shifted her attention to the gizzards. They gradually felt warm while eating. Yang took off her scarf and looked at Grandpa Du whose forehead had no trace of sweat, envying his physique. After finishing their meal and leaving the food street, Yang said, how was it? The taste of the roadside stall isn't bad, right? Much better than I imagined. Grandpa Du fiddled with his Buddha beads. Is this your first time eating at a roadside stall? Yang was somewhat surprised. Grandpa Du gave a slight nod. Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. Then you really are out of touch. Out of touch? Is that used to describe men? Grandpa Du smiled. You have a way with compliments. As they walked and talked, just then, a little boy holding a snowball ran towards them, laughing as he tried to dodge an attack from a playmate. Kids really don't watch where they're going, and just as he was about to run into Yang, before Grandpa Du could react, Yang quickly steadied the little boy. Slow down, be careful. The little boy looked up. Wow. This sister is so beautiful. His face instantly blushed. Thank you, sister, and then he ran off quickly. Watching the little boy's retreating figure, Yang smiled and said, kids are great, carefree. Grandpa Du nodded slightly, then asked, if you had the chance, would you want to go back to being 5 or 6 years old? My childhood wasn't carefree, Yang smiled with a twinkle in her eye. A poor family's child has to mature early. She had to help with chores at the age of 5 or 6, and if she didn't do them well, she'd get beaten. There was no such thing as a carefree childhood. What about you? Would you want to go back to being 5 or 6 years old? Yang asked in return. Grandpa Du's lips curled slightly, his eyes looking distant. I probably wouldn't either. Some people's growth is full of hardships, having grown up through so much, who would want to relive that pain all over again? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:16, Tit for Tat _3. If time could flow backward, he wanted to return to 3 years ago. To meet some people a bit earlier, and some events. But in this world, where is there talk of time reverting? Thinking of this, the smirk at the corner of Master Du's mouth gradually turned into derision. Because Yang had other matters to attend to, she said goodbye to Master Du at the crossroads. Not long after Yang left, a little black bird flew over and landed on Master Du's shoulder. You little rascal. How did you get here? Master Du extended his index finger and tapped the little bird's head. I'm hungry. Hungry. I'm starving. Duo snuggled against Master Du's chin, seeking favor. Master Du pulled out a silk pouch from his waist. Upon seeing the pouch, the entire bird perked up. Master Du took out some bird feed from the pouch to feed Duo. You only think of me when you're hungry. A greedy bird. Does your owner mistreat you? Seeing Duo eating without looking up, Master Du chuckled. Yang put on a mask, dressed in disguise, and went to luxurious skincare to observe the employee's service attitude. Though luxurious skincare is now quite popular in Beijing and the effects are excellent, the service attitude must not be neglected. After all, in the future, many luxury brand clerks would get a bad reputation for their arrogance. Customers aren't coming to spend money to get mistreated, after all. Possibly because there was a commission involved, Yang visited 4 stores, and the service attitude in each was particularly good. They would actively explain the membership system to customers and promote skincare products suitable for the consumer skin type. Of course, training played a part in all this. Before each employee started, Yang would arrange for a foreign instructor to provide training. The first point in the employee handbook was to avoid being snobbish. Do not look down on any customer. Even if a customer enters the store wearing patched clothes, they must be greeted with a smile. Yang was very satisfied with everything she saw and planned to give them a raise next month. Just then, a young woman came running toward the store in a hurry. She was so rushed that she didn't see the glass door in front of her. With a thud, she crashed directly into the glass door. Are you okay? Yang quickly helped her up. The young woman seemed to be in her early 20s, sporting the latest popular permed hair and wearing bright red lipstick, with her brows shaped like willow leaves and her eyes, like crescent moons, exceptionally spirited. However, she was dressed in a light blue work uniform, apparently having just gotten off work before rushing here. Yang suddenly remembered that today was the day Luxurious Skincare was selling a limited edition set, but by now, the limited edition product was already sold out. I'm fine, thank you, comrade. I've got to run, I have things to do. The young woman stood up and ran into the Luxurious Skincare store. After the young woman entered the store, Yang took off her mask, straightened her clothes, and followed inside. As expected, the young woman was there to buy Luxurious Skincare's limited edition gift box. Upon hearing from the employee that it had sold out, she said with surprise, "How could you have sold out so early? I've just gotten off work and haven't even changed my clothes." Luxurious Skincare would be sold in 2 time slots at the beginning and end of each month. One at 9 in the morning, and the other at 3:30 in the afternoon. It wasn't even 5 o'clock yet. Sold out already. The employee smiled and said, "Some customers who didn't get it in the morning lined up early to buy it together in the afternoon. The gift boxes were already sold out by 4 o'clock. Is that so? If I knew this, I would have taken a day off today." The young woman looked disappointed. The employee continued, "Although we don't have the limited edition set anymore, we do have non-limited editions available. Would you like me to recommend something?" The young woman waved her hand, "I can buy the non-limited edition anytime. I'm buying the limited edition as a gift. Can't you make an exception for me?" She really needed a box of luxurious skincare. The store manager spotted Ni Yang approaching and immediately greeted her, "Miss Ni, welcome." Ni Yang nodded her head, "Bring me a set of that limited edition." Although the sets were officially sold out, the store still kept a spare in reserve, just in case. "Of course, one moment, please." The store manager took out a box of the luxurious skincare set and handed it to Ni Yang. "Thank you." Ni Yang took the gift box and walked out at a leisurely pace. Just as Ni Yang stepped out of the store, the young woman who had just approached ran after her, "Comrade, wait up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 10:17, Tit for Tat _4. Is there something you need? Ni Yang glanced back slightly. The young woman was taken aback, apparently not expecting Ni Yang to be so attractive. "Comrade, may I ask how you managed to buy this limited edition of Ice Skin Jade Skin? When I went to buy it just now, they said it was already sold out." Ni Yang smiled slightly, "I know the store manager at their place a bit, and this was specially reserved for me." The young woman nodded and then said, "Comrade, wait a moment, can we discuss something?" "What is it?" asked Ni Yang. The young woman continued, "Comrade, let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Tong and I work at Morning Light Group at number 85 Goldie Road. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." Ni Yang replied with a smile, "I know you're not a bad person." Li Tong said, "Here's the thing, comrade, I urgently need a set of the limited edition Ice Skin Jade Skin gift box for a gift. Would you be willing to sell me the one you have? I'm willing to pay 3 times the price. Is that okay?" Li Tong was very sincere. Ni Yang hesitated for a moment, then said, "I can't." "Why not?" "Each box of Ice Skin Jade Skin costs 210 yuan, and 3 times that is 630 yuan. That would be quite a profit." Li Tong became anxious. "Comrade, do you think the money is too little? If 3 times isn't enough, I can do 5 times. We can negotiate the price. Since you know the store manager, you could just ask him to reserve another box for you later. That way, you could make a nice little profit." Ni Yang said with a laugh, "It's not about the money, I also need it for a gift. How about you leave your contact info, and I'll sell you a box tomorrow." "Ah, what a coincidence." Although a bit disappointed, Li Tong was still not ready to give up. "Comrade, please sell it to me. The person I want to give it to has their birthday today, and it won't mean as much after today." Li Tong was really in a hurry. Li Tong had a relative who was difficult to talk to but very wealthy, and this relative was in their 50s, without children or a spouse. Whoever could win her favor wouldn't have to worry about money in the future. For a woman in her 50s, wrinkles are the enemy, and this relative also cared immensely about her appearance. The Ice Skin Jade Skin set included an anti-wrinkle cream. If Li Tong could give this as a gift today, she would surely win her relative's favor, which is why she was so anxious. Seeing Ni Yang still hesitant, Li Tong bit her lip and continued, "Comrade, I'll pay 10 times the price." 10 times. 210 yuan becoming 2,100 yuan. Li Tong's heart was bleeding. All right then. Ni Yang handed over the gift box to Li Tong. Did she just agree? Li Tong was surprised, and also reflected inwardly that indeed, no one can resist money. Thank you so much, comrade. Li Tong continued, but I don't have that much cash on me right now. Could you come to the bank with me? Ni Yang shook her head, just give me 210. 210. Li Tong was stunned. Hadn't they agreed on 10 times the price? Had she heard wrongly? Ni Yang continued, the original price of Ice Skin Jade Skin is 210 yuan. If I took 2,100 yuan from you, wouldn't that be extortion? You seem more desperate than me. Helping others is like helping yourself. Here, take it. Li Tong hadn't expected this response from Ni Yang, thinking to herself that this young lady was rather nice. She smiled and said, under circumstances where both parties are willing, this wouldn't be called extortion, you know? Comrade, are you sure you want to sell it to me for 210? Although pained by the thought of the 2,100 yuan, Li Tong wasn't one to go back on her word. Ni Yang nodded, it's like making a new friend then. My name is Ni Yang, you can just call me by my name. Alright, then you call me by my name too. Li Tong took out 210 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Ni Yang. Ni Yang took the money, and they both left the mall together. Just as Ni Yang turned to leave, Li Tong suddenly called out, Ni Yang, wait a moment. Is there something else? Ni Yang turned around slightly. Li Tong fished out a notebook and a pen from her pocket. Ni Yang, what's your phone number? Do you mind leaving it with me? That way, we can keep in touch more often. Ni Yang knew the store manager of Ice Skin Jade Skin, and with that contact, Li Tong could buy as many boxes of Ice Skin Jade Skin she wanted anytime. That would be really convenient. Using limited edition items also tended to be good for networking. Li Tong felt that her luck today was incredibly good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1018, Tit for Tat _5. Ni Yang wanted this exact effect and nodded, saying, all right. Then he recited a string of phone numbers. After memorizing Ni Yang's phone number, Li Tong tore a page from his notebook and handed it to Ni Yang. Ni Yang, this is my house's phone number. Okay, Ni Yang nodded slightly. The next day was Saturday, and Ni Tsuihua went to the Wu family. Having learned from the last experience, this time she didn't bring old Master Zheng or old Lady Zheng, nor did she bring Sheng Wandehui. She came quietly. The door of the Wu family was closed. Ni Tsuihua stood at the door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. After a short while, the door opened. The person who opened the door was Wu Dalong. Seeing Ni Tsuihua, Wu Dalong joyfully said, Auntie Hua, you've come. Ni Tsuihua, smiling, handed the candies she was holding to Wu Dalong. Dalong, is your mom at home? Wu Dalong shook his head. Mom went to Dad's company. Wu Jinshu was in charge of the construction site for Ni Yang at Jinghua Village. Someone had to supervise the construction company. Is your sister at home? Ni Tsuihua continued to ask. She's at home, just sister and us, Wu Dalong answered. Ni Tsuihua nodded. Wu Dalong then said, Auntie Hua, please come in and sit. He then raised his voice and yelled towards the inside, Big sister. Erlong. We have guests. Come out. Ni Tzuhua followed Wu Daolong inside. Wu Yenyun and Wu Erlong came out of the room. Who's here? Yenyun, it's me, Ni Tzuhua emerged from behind. Seeing Ni Tzuhua, Wu Yanyun's expression instantly changed. The last person she wanted to see now was Ni Tzuhua. The sight of Ni Tzuhua reminded her that she was a child abandoned, and also brought back memories of her tragic past. Why are you here? Yenyun, facing Wu Yenyun, Ni Tzuhua seemed a little flustered. I've already made it very clear last time, our family doesn't welcome someone like you, please leave immediately. Wu Yenyun pointed towards the door. Wu Daolong frowned, big sister. How can you speak to Auntie Hua like that? You're being so rude. That's right, big sister. How can you ask Auntie Hua to leave? She's a guest. She's also an elder. Wu Erlong also seemed upset. Ni Tzuhua had always been so kind to their family, how could Wu Yenyun act this way? Wu Yenyun looked down at her two brothers, this has nothing to do with you two, go back to your room. Wu Daolong refused to go, and Wu Erlong also remained standing. Go back now. Under pressure, Wu Daolong had no choice but to head towards the room, taking Wu Erlong with him. Just before they reached the room's door, he looked back at Wu Yenyun, big sister. If you dare to be rude to Auntie Hua, when Dad and Mom come back, I am going to tell them. Let them punish you. After Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong went into the room, Wu Yenyun coldly faced Ni Tzuhua. A person lives with a face, a tree lives with a bark, what exactly do you want, to stop harassing me? Ni Tzuhua, with tears in her eyes, said, Child, I know I've wronged you, what do I need to do to earn your forgiveness? No matter how Wu Yenyun treated her, this child was still the one she carried for 10 months. Not protecting her own child, it was her failure, she just wanted to compensate Wu Yenyun more. Forgive you. Wu Yenyun looked at Ni Tzuhua, her lips curling with sarcasm, from the moment you abandoned me, I will never forgive you again. Since you decided to throw me away at the beginning, why pretend now? It really makes me sick. Sick, so her own daughter found her disgusting. Ni Tzuhua felt as if a knife was cutting through her heart. Yenyun, don't be like this, listen to my explanation, at that time I had no choice. The Mu family valued boys over girls, she had resisted, but resistance only resulted in a severe beating. At that time, Ni Yang was still young, and her family wasn't supportive, so she could only watch as her newborn daughter was discarded. Her daughter was discarded, and she felt more tormented than anyone, no choice. No choice allows you to throw away your own daughter? Did you ever think, I am a human life? If I hadn't been picked up by my mom, I'd be dead by now. You have no rights to my forgiveness. Everyone urged her to let go of the past, to try and understand Ni Tzuhua's hardships. They said it lightly because none of them were the ones who were abandoned. They will never understand her pain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1019, Tit for Tat _6. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ni Tzuhua took out a passbook from her bag, this is some money I've saved over the years, the password is your birthday. That money was all saved from selling spicy strips by Ni Tzuhua, adding up to more than 90,000 yuan. 90,000 yuan was already a huge sum of money in those days. I don't need it. Wu Yenyun swatted away the passbook being offered, do you think this money can make up for the hurt you've caused me? Never in a million years. Ni Tzuhua reached out to pick up the passbook, her face streaked with tears. Wu Yenyun looked down at Ni Tzuhua, do you want me to forgive you? Ni Tzuhua looked at Wu Yenyun, a flash of joy in her eyes. Yenyun, are you willing to forgive me? There's one way you can earn my forgiveness. Tell me. Ni Tzuhua said eagerly. Wu Yangyun continued, you just throw away Yun as well, let her taste what it's like to be abandoned, and he'll forgive you. Why should she be the only one to endure all this pain? It would only be fair if everyone took their turn. Otherwise, she would never forgive Enai. What? Enai looked at Wu Yangyun in disbelief. Enai could never have imagined Wu Yangyun would make such a demand. To throw away little Enai too. How could she do such a thing? What's the matter? Can't bear it. Wu Yangyun's mouth curved with a mocking arc. If you could abandon me when there was no other way, why can't you abandon Yun when there's no other way? Just because she's your most beloved youngest daughter? Do you think that's fair? Enai said to Wu Yangyun, she's your sister. Not taking good care of her own child was her responsibility, but how could Wu Yangyun transfer that anger onto little Yun? What did this have to do with little Yun? This wasn't a matter of fairness at all. Enai looked at Wu Yangyun in front of her, feeling this person was excessively strange. I have only 3 younger brothers. No sisters. And certainly no beloved younger sister treasured like a pearl by the family. Look, the moment you talk about throwing away Yun, Enai changes. Because she simply can't bear to part with Yun. All that talk of having no choice, of being forced, it was all excuses. All of it, just excuses. Apart from that demand, I can meet any other request of yours. Enai closed her eyes in agony. Don't need them, I have only this one demand. Wu Yangyun continued, now go and abandon your most beloved youngest daughter, and then when she comes of age, find her again and give her some money, see if your most loved little girl will forgive you. Enai looked at Wu Yangyun with tearful eyes. Yangyun, isn't this asking too much of me? This is all my fault, you can beat me or scold me, but it has nothing to do with Yun. The child is innocent, I beg you not to do this. Wu Yangyun sighed. Her heart was filled with immense sorrow. She didn't know why fate had assigned her such a mother, so cruel and so biased. Yun is already 3 years old in nominal age. I had just been born when I was abandoned. Playing favorites like this, what right do you have to be a mother? Enai cried inconsolably, barely able to utter a complete sentence. Wu Yangyun continued, since you don't want to abandon Yun, then I'll step back. Enai looked up at Wu Yangyun. If you don't want to abandon Yun, then drive Yang out of the house, sever the mother-daughter relationship, and from now on live your lives completely apart. Wu Yangyun enunciated each word, making Enai's heart grow colder. Are you joking with me? How could she possibly sever the mother-daughter relationship with Yang? She couldn't do it. If it hadn't been for Yang bringing her back from Dam Village, would she even have her current life? If it were Yang standing in Wu Yangyun's shoes today, would Yang be so aggressive? The answer was clear. Yang definitely wouldn't act this way. I'm serious. Wu Yangyun continued, if you really were a fair mother, if you truly intend to acknowledge me as your daughter, then you should let your other daughter experience the pain I went through back then. If Enai was willing to break with Yang, then she would be willing to forgive Enai. It was a matter of how much she mattered to Enai. She was just returning the favor. Enai looked at Wu Yangyun with a heart-wrenching pain and said, she's your sister. Child. She's your sister. If it hadn't been for your sister, I would be dead by now. You wouldn't have what you have now. How could you speak such words? Where is your conscience? Conscience. Wu Yangyun looked at Enai, her lips curling with sorrow. Her conscience had been eaten by dogs long ago. Enai has the nerve to ask about her conscience. They all said Yang had helped her. But without the Jing family's influence, what could Yang have done to help her? Yang had known about her origins for a long time but kept it hidden, offering help out of guilt. Yang wouldn't even spare a beggar on the street side, so how could she have been so kind-hearted as to help her? She had misjudged the person. Get out. Wu Yanyan didn't want to say any more, pointing at the door and saying, get out, right now. As a child who was thrown away, Wu Yanyan had already been forbearing, but her blood-related mother kept disappointing her. Enlightenment took a deep breath. Child, I hope what you said today was just an impulse. I'll be leaving first. Wu Yanyan thought that Enlightenment would stay, continuing to plead for her forgiveness. But she hadn't expected Enlightenment to actually leave. She left without looking back. She was the one who'd been cast aside, so why should she suffer so much pain and humiliation? Wu Yanyan sat in the chair and sobbed silently. Enlightenment walked down the road, her soul seemingly in tatters. She didn't understand why Wu Yanyan had become like this. This child wasn't like this before. 2 hours later, Enlightenment finally returned to Jinghua village. Yang saw that something was wrong with her and asked her what had happened. Enlightenment sighed, I went to see Yanyan, but she still can't let go of the past. Yang, didn't you say you wanted to have a good talk with Yanyan? She's still very angry now, so it's best if you don't go recently, lest she takes out her anger on you. She didn't mention the 2 conditions that Wu Yanyan raised. Subconsciously, she still hoped Wu Yanyan would come around. People say things they don't mean when they're extremely emotional. Maybe after some time, she'll have a change of heart. Yang slightly furrowed her brow. Is Yanyan still very angry? Enlightenment nodded her head. A misunderstanding could be resolved. Enlightenment had made trip after trip, pouring out a mother's sorrow. Yang didn't understand what grudge still lingered in Wu Yanyan's heart. Could it be just as Immortality had said, that Wu Yanyan was making a big deal out of it? Let's leave it at that. I'm going upstairs to sleep for a while, Enlightenment said as she walked upstairs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1020. Yang got angry and Yang watched Enlightenment's figure, her thoughts deepening. Today was Saturday, and during dinner, Shengwan Su and Shengwan Shi came back. Enlightenment, after an afternoon of rest, was in much better spirits and looked at Shengwan Shi. Xiaoxi, how are things going with you and Zuoling? Shengwan Shi was her daughter too, and she couldn't neglect her just because of the issues with Wu Yanyan. Considering Zuoling's family situation, if Shengwan Shi really married into it, the tough days would be yet to come. Shengwan Shi smiled and said, my relationship with Zuoling is very stable, and we've cleared up the misunderstanding from last time. Actually, it's not true that his family prefers boys over girls. After all, Zuoling is a college graduate, his level of thinking and awareness aren't that low. Mom, you can rest assured. Really? Enlightenment was somewhat doubtful. She always felt that there was more to the situation. Really? Shengwan Shi nodded her head. Shengwan Dehui continued, you are just too stubborn, child. You won't learn your lesson until you face some hardships. Shengwan Shi said with a laugh, as long as Zuoling is not that type of person, everyone can stop worrying. Shengwan Granny helplessly shook her head, her eyes filled with concern. So alike. The child was just too much like Su Fen. Sometimes, the more you try to persuade, the more counterproductive it becomes. Shengwan Su looked at Shengwan Shi. Do you know that Chen Jun has come back? Yes, Shengwan Shi nodded her head. He even gave me a ride to my unit the day before yesterday morning. Shengwan Su joked, Chen Jun graduated from a famous university abroad, and I see that he cares about you quite a bit. Being with him would surely be better than being with Zuoling. Phew. Shengwan Shi spit out a mouthful of rice and couldn't stop coughing. Enlightenment quickly grabbed a tissue and handed it to Shengwan Shi, patting her back. Slow down, Shang Wanshi casually wiped her mouth and looked at Shang Wansu with an expression of disbelief. Brother, what are you joking about? Wu Lao San and I, it's impossible. Shang Wansu said calmly, how do you know it's impossible without trying? When it comes to family background, looks, and capability, he is at least 100 times better than Zhuoling. Compared with Wu Chenjun, what was Zhuoling? It was Shang Wanzai's lack of judgment that made her fancy someone like Zhuoling. Brother, please stop. An uncomfortable Shang Wanshi said, Wu Lao San and I grew up together like close buddies. Can buddies become partners? Don't try to matchmake randomly. Shang Wansu picked up a piece of braised pork. If you really have no thoughts about it, just ignore what I said. But if you end up with Zhuoling and suffer in their family, don't come crying to me. Shang Wanshi laughed, don't worry, bro. I guarantee I won't come crying to you. Shang Wansu didn't say anything more. Shang Wanshi then said, by the way, Mom and Dad, I plan to visit Zhuoling's parents this week. Ni Zuihua was startled, this quickly. If both sets of parents had met, engagement wouldn't be far off. Shang Wandahue looked at Shang Wanshi. Xiaoxi, are you sure about this? Yes, I've thought it through, Shang Wanshi replied. Sooner or later we have to meet the parents, it's better earlier than later. Ni Zuihua frowned and then said, Xiaoxi, don't tell Zhuoling's parents about our family's true situation when you go this time. As for gifts, there's no need for anything too expensive, just buy some fruit, bring a couple pounds of meat, and 2 pounds of brown sugar. Aw. Isn't that too shabby? Shang Wanshi was taken aback. Shang Wanshi was originally planning to bring a box of ginseng from Chongbai Mountain. Shang Wandahue put down his chopsticks. I think your mother is right, Zhuoling's family situation is too complex. If you bring expensive gifts on your first visit, you might not see their true colors. Alright, Shang Wanshi nodded, I'll listen to you. Shang Wanshi was stubborn when it came to emotional matters, but she would still take her parents' advice on some things. After all, her parents were looking out for her best interests. After dinner, Grandma Jing found Ni Zuihua. Tingting, did you go to see Yenyun again today? Ni Zuihua responded with surprise, Mom, how did you find out? Grandma Jing said, I could tell something was wrong with you this afternoon. Is Yenyun still unwilling to forgive us? Ni Zuihua nodded her head. Grandma Jing sighed, maybe you just don't have that mother-daughter fate with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1021, Yang got angry _2. It would be normal for Wu Yenyun to have harbored some resentment, but after such a long time, it should have faded. She had her own suffering, but Ni Zuihua had her own grievances too. And besides, Wu Yenyun wasn't young anymore. Grandma Jing patted Ni Zuihua on the hand. Tingting, I'm going to say something you might not want to hear, but if you really can't recognize her as your daughter, then let it be. A twisted melon is never sweet. Ni Kuihua's eyes reddened, but she is still my daughter, she was the one who had wronged Wu Yenyun. No matter what, she still hoped that Wu Yenyun could forgive her. As a mother herself, Grandma Jing understood the pain in Ni Kuihua's heart. The next day was Sunday. Ni Zuihua and Sheng Wandahue, as usual, paid a visit to the children at the orphanage. Sheng Wanshi went back with Zhuoling to meet his parents. Sheng Wanshi didn't bring anything expensive, just some apples and bananas, and then 2 pounds of meat and 2 pounds of brown sugar. Zhuoling, do you think your uncle and auntie will like me? Sheng Wanshi was a bit nervous. Zhuoling smiled, no way, I guarantee they'll love you. Although Zhuoling's parents had a preference for Chen Liebao, Zhuoling had made his intentions clear to them, even if they didn't like Sheng Wanshi, they'd have to feign their approval. After saying this, Zhuoling continued, Xiaoxi, it's Sunday today and the nanny has the day off. It's just my dad and mom at home. There's something I need to tell you in advance. Go ahead. Zhuoling explained, my mom used to be a little leader at her workplace, so her temper can be a bit idiosyncratic. If there's any lack of hospitality, please don't take it to heart. She's just used to giving orders, but she's not a bad person at heart. Knowing his mother's character, Zhuoling needed to give Shang Guanxi a heads up. Having been with Shang Guanxi for 3 years, Zhuoling knew that she was an empathetic and understanding girl. As long as things were explained to her, she would understand. Shang Guanxi nodded, don't worry. Let's go then. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Zhuo family home. The Zhuo family lived in a residence allocated by the unit, within a courtyard where everyone knew each other. The environment in the courtyard was quite nice, neat and tidy, though it paled in comparison to the Ni family's detached courtyard house. Seeing Zhuoling bring a young and beautiful girl home, everyone teased him with a smile. Xiaozhua, who's this? Your girlfriend? Yes, Auntie 5, this is my girlfriend, Shang Guanxi. Xiaoxi, this is Auntie 5, she lives above us and is also a colleague of my parents. Shang Guanxi greeted her politely, hello, Auntie 5. Hello, this girl is quite pretty. No wonder Zhuoling wasn't interested in Chen Liebao. Compared to Shang Guanxi, Chen Liebao just didn't hold a candle. Hearing someone praise Shang Guanxi's looks, Zhuoling's face beamed with pride. Marrying a beautiful bride like her was his own achievement. Could Auntie 5's son ever manage to marry someone as beautiful as Shang Guanxi? The Zhuo family lived on the 3rd floor in a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. The place was tidy, which also showed that Zhuoling's mother was a person who liked cleanliness. Shang Guanxi, who had a mild case of OCD, was relieved to see how neat and clean the Zhuo family home was. Zhuoling's parents were sitting on the sofa. Zhuoling introduced Shang Guanxi to them, Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Shang Guanxi. Shang Guanxi, very politely, placed the gifts she had brought aside. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, I'm Shang Guanxi, you can just call me Xiaoxi. Zhuoling's mother glanced sideways at the gifts Shang Guanxi had brought. Bananas, apples, meat, brown sugar, just ordinary things nobody wanted. Did they seem like a family that couldn't afford meat to her? Not bringing some nutritious and valuable gifts on the first visit, it seemed like she had no home training. Every time Chen Liebao visited, she would bring bags of good stuff. Malted milk, royal bee jelly, bird's nest, and with that, she wanted to marry her son. In her dreams. Zhuoling's father stood up with a smile, you girl, there was no need to bring anything. Come, sit down, sit down. Zhuoling kept winking at his mother. Seeing it was for her son's sake, Zhuoling's mother stood up, we didn't know in advance you were coming, so we didn't prepare anything. Xiaoxi, would you like some tea or a soft drink? Zhuoling's family was somewhat better off than average, otherwise, they wouldn't have a nanny. This statement was actually a veiled boast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1022, Yang Yang is angry _3. Their family was enjoying drinks already, estimating Shang Guanxi's family probably even struggled to get enough to eat. Auntie, you're too kind, water is fine for me. Zhuoling didn't dare challenge his mother's authority. He immediately stood up and said, Mom, please sit, I'll get Xiaoxi some water. Hearing this, Zhuoling's mother's face became even more unhappy. Her son was her precious darling. Zhuoling had never poured her a glass of water from childhood to adulthood, yet today he actually wanted to pour water for a little girl. They weren't even married yet, and it was already like this. What would it be like after the wedding? A woman actually letting a man serve her, she didn't know who had raised her. Shang Guanxi had already informed Zhuoling in advance that his mother had a peculiar temper, so she didn't take the changes in Zhuo Ling's mother's expression to heart. Zhuo Ling's mother pointed to the sofa and said, "Sit." "Thank you, Auntie." Shang Guanxi sat on the sofa. Zhuo Ling's mother also sat down and then said, "Xiaoxi, I heard from Lingling that your family is from the countryside, is that right?" "Yes." Shang Guanxi nodded. Zhuo Ling's mother smiled and asked, "How many people are in your family altogether?" "Including my grandparents and my grandmother there are 9 people," Shang Guanxi said, including Wu Yenyun in her count. After all, Wu Yenyun was also a part of their family. In the countryside, supporting 3 elderly people and a few children must be quite difficult for your parents, isn't it? Zhuo Ling's mother asked. Shang Guanxi replied, "It's manageable." Manageable? Mockery filled Zhuo Ling's mother's eyes. If it were truly manageable, then Shang Guanxi wouldn't have needed to cling to Zhuo Ling so desperately. She didn't know what kind of love potion this girl had fed to Zhuo Ling to make him so determined to marry her. She wasn't even taking a look at herself, thinking she was worthy of Zhuo Ling. "Xiaoxi, you've seen our family's conditions. Lingling is the only son under his 7 sisters. After your uncle and I pass on, everything in the house will belong to Lingling. This child Lingling is naive, if not for..." At that moment, Zhuo Ling came over with a glass of water, interrupting his mother, "Mom, hey, race water, have some water." While passing the glass of water to his mother, he made meaningful eye contact with her. Though Shang Guanxi was understanding and simple-natured, she wasn't a fool. If Zhuo Ling's mother continued talking, this whole thing might just fall through. Zhuo Ling certainly didn't want to marry Chen Liebao, that pig. Zhuo Ling's mother gave Zhuo Ling a glare as she took the glass of water. Then Zhuo Ling passed another glass of water to Shang Guanxi. "Xiaoxi, drink some water." "Thank you," Shang Guanxi expressed her thanks. Zhuo Ling smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for?" Zhuo Ling's mother sized up Shang Guanxi and then asked, "Xiaoxi, how much do you weigh?" Shang Guanxi was stunned. "Huh? What did you say?" Zhuo Ling's mother asked, "I'm asking what your height and weight are." This Zhuo Ling's mother's character was indeed peculiar. Was it normal to directly ask that kind of question? Shang Guanxi subtly frowned and then replied, "Mother, I'm 165 and weigh 98. A height of 165, and she weighs less than 100. That weight was not even half of Chen Libao's. Chen Liebao could probably pick up Shang Guanxi with one hand. They say a fuller figure is better for bearing sons, but with Shang Guanxi's frame, she might even have trouble conceiving, let alone having a son. In the 80s, it wasn't like later times. Plumpness was considered beautiful, indicating wealth in the family. A skinny appearance probably meant one couldn't fill their stomach. Zhuo Ling's mother grew increasingly dissatisfied with Shang Guanxi. Seeing that his mother's expression was turning sour, Zhuo Ling quickly stood up and said, "Mama, I'm hungry. Please start cooking." The moment she heard that her precious son was hungry, Zhuo Ling's mother immediately stood up and went to the kitchen. Following Zhuo Ling's pointed look, she continued, "Xiaoxi, what do you like to eat?" Shang Guanxi smiled and said, "I'm not picky, Auntie, whatever you cook is fine." During this time, Shang Guanxi offered to help Zhuo Ling's mother but was stopped by Zhuo Ling. What a joke. If Zhuo Ling's mother continued to speak those unpleasant words, what then? He and Shang Guanxi were at a crucial moment right now. The raw rice wasn't yet cooked rice. Nothing could go wrong at this juncture. Zhuo Ling not only stopped Shang Guanxi's movements but also sweet-talked her. "Xiaoxi, how can you, with your tender hands, do such work? Wait until we're married, we'll hire a nanny to let her take care of all the household chores." What girl doesn't like to hear sweet talk? Especially a girl who is deeply in love. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1023, Yang got angry _4. Really? Shangguan, she asked with her face flushed. Yes, really, Zhuo Ling nodded. About an hour later, it was finally time to eat. The dishes were pretty good, consisting of 5 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat and 3 vegetarian, but it was much worse compared to the last time Zhuo Ling had visited the Ni family. But Shangguan, she could understand, after all, the Zhuo family's conditions were no match for theirs. Zhuo father warmly urged Shangguan she to sit down and eat. Xiaoxi, don't be polite, just treat this as your own home. Thank you, uncle. Auntie, you've worked hard. Zhuo mother couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Shangguan she. Her son wasn't without prospects for a wife, she didn't feel the need to please Shangguan she. Shangguan she assumed Zhuo mother was just eccentric and didn't mind. After dinner, Zhuo Ling couldn't wait to take Shangguan she back. Zhuo mother took the gift Shangguan she had brought. Xiaoxi, you're too polite bringing such expensive gifts to just visit. Please take them back. Zhuo mother deliberately emphasized the word expensive. Who would crave such trivial items? Shangguan she didn't catch the implied meaning from Zhuo mother and smiled. It's nothing expensive, just some fruit. You don't have to be so polite. You take them back, continued Zhuo mother, take them back for the elders at home to enjoy. It must have been a long time since you've had meat in the village, right? Ah. Shangguan she was stunned. Zhuo Ling quickly took the items from Zhuo mother's hands, smiling, Mom, why be so formal with Xiaoxi? Since she specifically bought them to show her respect, you should just accept them. Zhuo mother looked at Zhuo Ling with a face full of disappointment. That Shangguan she, with a poor family background, couldn't even bear sons. She wondered what Zhuo Ling saw in her. It was simply bewitchment. As soon as the two left, Zhuo mother's expression turned cold. What's this all about? Zhuo father asked curiously. Do you think she's worthy of our Lingling? Zhuo mother asked, pointing outside. Before meeting Shangguan she, Zhuo father also thought she wasn't worthy of Zhuo Ling, but having seen her, he now thought Chen Liebao wasn't worthy of Zhuo Ling men, who wouldn't prefer someone beautiful. Chen Liebao looked like a pig and was unapproachable. Besides her poor family background, everything else is tolerable, the grandfather said. Tolerable? What can I say? You think her petite frame looks like she can bear sons? Zhuo mother angrily said, do you want to see the Zhuo family lineage end with your son? Zhuo mother understood women well, because she was too thin, she couldn't bear a son. Just have more children. Zhuo father wasn't concerned. Have more. It's easy for you to say. Zhuo mother poked Zhuo father's forehead, do you think it's still our time? You could have as many as you want. Now, even if one of the couple is not a worker, you can only have 2. Then Zhuo mother continued, and look, what did she bring to our house? Compare it with what Lai Bao brings every time. And another thing, I was exhausted in the kitchen, and she didn't even offer to help. She really thinks she's some kind of precious lady. What good is having such a bride back home? Just to worship her as an ancestor. At this, as Zhuo father nodded, it seems you do have a point. It is the point. Zhuo mother continued, besides, after marrying Lai Bao, Lingling wouldn't have to worry if he doesn't work for the rest of his life. Marrying Shangguan she, what can she offer him? Just a burden. Zhuo father, who was indecisive, was convinced by Zhuo mother in just a few sentences, then when Lingling comes back, we'll talk to him about it. On the other side. Zhuo Ling brought Shangguan she to the roadside. Shangguan she said, Zhuo Ling, I feel like your aunt doesn't like me much. She wasn't foolish, of course, she could see that Zhuo mother had issues with her, and they were not minor. Zhuo Ling chuckled, don't overthink it, my mom is just like that. Didn't I tell you beforehand? Xiaoxi, in my heart, you've always been an empathetic and good girl. Are you going to let this cause a rift between us? Shang Wanshi said, no, it's just that if this keeps up, there will definitely be conflicts between your aunt and me. As you know, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts have always been a major issue in families. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1024, Yang Yang Angry _5. Zhuoling continued, actually, I've thought about it long ago. After we get married, we'll move out and then visit our elders once a week. Nowadays, many young people do that. Xiaoxi, you're living your life with me, not with my mother. You really don't need to worry about these issues. Really? Shang Wanshi looked up at Zhuoling, of course it's true. Zhuoling nodded, I can swear to the heavens. With that, Zhuoling raised 3 fingers. Shang Wanshi smiled and said, there's no need for oaths, I believe you, Zhuoling. You can't let me down. Xiaoxi, rest assured, I will never let you down. Great. Shang Wanshi nodded. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Ni Yang had finished her exams at school, and it was time for winter break. It had been over 10 days. Wu Yenyun should have calmed down by now. Having nothing to do that day, Ni Yang put on her woolen coat and prepared to drive to see Wu Yenyun. In such cold weather, Ni Yang certainly didn't want to ride a bicycle there. She had bought this car not long ago. A domestic car, 30,000 yuan. It looked very ordinary on the outside, but the interior was impressively well equipped. The car was modified, with very high-end configurations. However, only those who knew cars would notice that. Ni Yang was not a showy person, so she had bought a domestic car. Yang, where are you going? Ni Yang had just put on her gloves when Ni Tsuhua came downstairs. I'm going to find Yenyun, Ni Yang replied. Then I'll go with you. Ni Tsuhua suggested. Ni Yang smiled slightly and declined, Mom, I should go alone. If Yenyun sees you, she might get emotional again. Don't worry, I will talk to her. Remembering the last experience, Ni Tsuhua sighed, then go ahead, but if, she didn't know what to say next. Ni Yang patted Ni Kuihua's shoulder, Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. All right. Ni Tsuhua nodded, then go early and come back early. Okay. Ni Tsuhua watched Ni Yang's car disappear from view before turning to go back inside. Yang has gone. Old Lady Jing came out of the house. Yes. Old Lady Jing's gaze was distant, I hope Yenyun can listen to Yang's words. Ni Tsuhua nodded. In a little while, Ni Yang drove to the community where the Wu family lived. Coincidentally, as soon as she drove in, she saw Wu Yenyun sunbathing downstairs with Wu Xiaolong. Ni Yang slowly parked the car across the road from Wu Yenyun, got out, and walked over. Yenyun. Wu Yenyun looked up and saw Ni Yang, smiling with a light in her eyes. Ni Yang was wearing a goose yellow cheongsam that day, covered by an off-white woolen coat, her black hair flowing down her back. Just like the first time she met Ni Yang. Ni Yang looked like an ethereal fairy, shining brightly. And her. She was just an unwanted wild girl, suffering the hardships of the world. Now Ni Yang even had a car. What did she have as sisters born of the same mother? After more than half a month, Ni Yang finally appeared. She had thought Ni Yang would never show up again. Yenyun, Ni Yang called again. Wu Yenyun pretended not to hear Ni Yang's voice and lowered her head to play with Wu Xiaolong. However, Wu Erlong and Wu Daolong, on the side, excitedly ran over, Sister Ni Yang. Daolong, Erlong. Ni Yang patted both brothers' heads. Wu Erlong complained, Sister Ni Yang, Immortal. Ni Yang apologized with a smile, Sorry, Erlong, it was a slip of the tongue. Wu Erlong said, It's okay, it's okay. Oh, Sister Ni Yang, my big sister has been acting like she's sick these few days. She even lost her temper at Auntie Hua last time. Don't be mad at her later. Our teacher says not to argue with sick people. Ni Yang nodded, I understand, you two go play. Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong ran off to play. Ni Yang approached Wu Yenyun. Wu Yenyun acted as if she didn't hear Ni Yang. Ni Yang's expression remained unchanged, and without getting angry, she spoke in a gentle tone, Yenyun, can we talk for a bit? Talk about what? Wu Yenyun looked up at Ni Yang, her eyes filled with heavy hostility. Ni Yang kept a smile in her eyes and spoke, Let's talk about our family situation. I know you're angry and feel wronged, but Mom really was powerless back then. You haven't experienced it yourself, you don't know what that feeling of helplessness is like. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1025, Yang got angry _6. Wu Yenyun looked at Ni Yang, her mouth curved in a mocking arch, That's your family, it has nothing to do with me. You don't need to tell me these things, I don't want to listen. That's your family too. My family. Wu Yenyun continued, A daughter born into a poor family like mine could never ascend to such a powerful, wealthy household. Yenyun, why don't we find a place to cool off and talk over some drinks? If the person in front of her wasn't her own flesh and blood sister, Ni Yang would not have displayed such patience. Just go, I don't want to see you. From now on, our two families will have nothing to do with each other, it's best if we never interact again. Ni Yang frowned subtly, clearly noting that Wu Yenyun's words were in no way a joke. At the same time, Ni Yang knew what Wu Yenyun was upset about. She was simply envious upon seeing the Ni family's current good days, remembering the hardships she endured over the years, feeling the injustice. Yenyun, do you know what life was like for Mom and me before I turned 17? Wu Yenyun didn't say a word. Ni Yang continued, Mom was 9 months pregnant, not only enduring my grandmother and father's beatings, but also taking on all the dirty and tiring chores like an old ox. Yunyun is the 5th child. After she was born, when Grandma saw she was a girl, she immediately wanted to throw her to the wild dogs in the back hills. It was only my quick thinking that saved Yunyun. 3 days after Yunyun was born, my father's mistress, Li Shu, schemed to sell me to her relative for 1,000 yuan. Do you know what kind of person her relative was? He was a 50-something eunuch. Recalling that period, Ni Yang couldn't help but get teary-eyed, her vision blurred by tears. That past seemed like another lifetime. In her previous life, she had suffered for 10 years before escaping from that misery. No one knew how heart-wrenching that past was. No one knew what kind of torment she endured. Later, because I accidentally saved 2 influential nobles, with their help, Mom and I managed to get divorced smoothly, and we took Yunyun to Beijing. When we first arrived in Beijing, we had no place to stay until Aunt and I rented half of her courtyard to us. After settling in Beijing, I started a noodle business. Every morning at around 2, I would get up to prepare everything for the stall, more than 200 kilograms of liquids, all transported to the street on my bicycle, whether it was windy or rainy, I never missed a day. Below every glamorous appearance lies a heart full of scar. Since coming to Beijing, Ni Yang never shared these experiences with anyone. Because Ni Yang was never one to expose her scars and capitalize on others' sympathy. Wu Yenyun was the first. Later on, my noodle business improved, and I got my first storefront in Beijing, then a second. Mom might be the daughter of the Jing family, but she was only recently acknowledged by my grandparents. Before that, our life was not any more comfortable than yours. At this point, Ni Yang looked up at Wu Yangyun. Yangyun, I hope you can let go of the hatred in your heart, forgive Mom, and forgive us just this once. Do you think playing the victim here is interesting? Wu Yangyun asked. Ni Yang narrowed her eyes slightly, a fleeting trace of scorn passing across her gaze. You think I'm playing the victim? It turned out that after saying so much, in Wu Yangyun's eyes, it amounted to just playing the victim. Isn't it? Wu Yangyun retorted. Who knew if what Ni Yang was saying was true? Based on Ni Yang alone, did she have the ability to bring Ni Tsuehua and little Ni Yun to Beijing? Based on Ni Yang alone, could she have achieved what she has today? She doesn't even think about how old she is this year. Did she really think herself a fool? Could she be so easily manipulated? She portrayed herself as so pitiful, simply to make herself believe her. This is what they owed her. Why should she believe her? Ni Yang, you clearly knew long ago that I was your sister, yet you kept it to yourself. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Do you really think you're the only smart person in the world and everyone else is a fool? Ni Yang's face showed little emotion, her gaze was chillingly cold. She had never imagined that one day she would stand opposite her own flesh and blood sister. Head-to-head confrontation. Until the paternity test results came out, I couldn't be sure you were my sister. Once the results were in, I informed Mom immediately. I can honestly say, I've done nothing to you that needs forgiveness. Wu Yangyun laughed softly, you always have your reasons. Do you really think those reasons can cover up your filthy heart? Let me tell you, Ni Yang, you, your mom, and your family, don't ever expect to receive my forgiveness in this lifetime. I never want to see you again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1026. The grumpy President Nina Yang was no saint, and she acknowledged she owed Wu Yangyun nothing. She had said all that needed to be said, and since Wu Yangyun did not understand her and had even cast her as a villain beyond redemption, there was no need for her to humbly beg for Wu Yangyun's forgiveness. Ni Yang was never one to swallow her pride. She certainly had no masochistic tendencies. Are these words you spoke today truly from the heart? Ni Yang slightly lifted her gaze, her eyes tranquil and undisturbed. Wu Yangyun was stunned for a moment. She had never seen Ni Yang like this. She had thought Ni Yang would continue to plead with her, but instead, Ni Yang was so calm, so eerily composed that it put a chill in Wu Yangyun's heart. They were only a year apart in age, but in that moment, Wu Yangyun felt as though she were standing before an elder. Why should Ni Yang stand before her with such an air of superiority? It was Ni Yang who owed her. Hadn't Ni Yang come to seek her out? Who begs with such an attitude? Ridiculous. Yes. Wu Yangyun said, every word I've spoken today is a reflection of my true feelings. Ni Yang, I am not your sister and certainly don't have such a noble and graceful sister. Please, along with your mother and your so-called distinguished family members, stop coming to find me from now on. Are you sure you won't regret this? Yangyun, I owe you nothing, and even if Mom owed you something, it is settled now. Regardless, I hope you can calm down and seriously consider what I've said. Ni Yang's face was devoid of expression, her voice cool and indifferent, yet Wu Yangyun trembled without feeling the cold, not even having the courage to glance at Ni Yang. Wu Yangyun swallowed hard, yes. I have no regrets. Ni Yang, you haven't suffered my pains, you will never have the right to stand before me and pass judgment. The reason you can stand so high and mighty and criticize me from a moral high ground is because the person being discarded was me, not you. If you were in my shoes, you might not be as magnanimous as I am. If the person who had been discarded was Ni Yang, then it would be her shining brightly today. What right had Ni Yang to treat her this way? She would never regret it. She would never regret making a clean break with the Ni family. Alright, I understand. Ni Yang nodded slightly, turned, and walked towards her car. Not an ounce of hesitation, nor a trace of sorrow on her face. Watching Ni Yang's retreating figure, Wu Yinyun suddenly felt an overwhelming sadness well up. Abandoned her. Her own sister had given up on her. Just like she was thrown away 17 years ago, a mocking smile played on Wu Yanyun's lips. Ni Zuehua had not shown her face since her last visit. Today, it was only Ni Yang who had come. They all claimed to be children of the Ni family, but not one of them sincerely wanted to acknowledge her as part of the family. False affection. Such family members were better off rejected. Ni Yang drove away. She had not expected this outcome. Wu Yinyun was, after all, her biological sister. To say that Ni Yang felt nothing would be a lie. But it wasn't to the point of being devastated. What to do when feeling down? According to President Ni, the answer was street racing. At this time, the roads in Beijing weren't as congested as in previous lifetimes, perfect for racing. Ni Yang gripped the steering wheel with both hands and floored the accelerator. Swift as the wind. The black sedan sped along, and when the adrenaline reached its peak, all worries and vexations were washed away. What a thrilling sensation. After driving for a while and feeling a bit hot, Ni Yang rolled down the left side window. The cold wind poured in, tossing her hair into disarray, creating a wildly beautiful chaos. Seeing the car ahead perform a spectacular drift, Wu Daming quickly pulled off to the side. My God. Who is that? They're driving like they're heading for the sky. Li Ronghua in the passenger seat also gazed ahead in amazement. It looks like the driver is a girl. A girl? Could a girl really be that good? It can't be a girl, right? Wu Daming watched the sedan disappearing into the horizon and finally managed to say. It is a girl. I saw her hair flying out of the car. Li Ronghua looked disdainfully at Wu Daming. Wu Daming, you're really not up to snuff, to be outdone by a girl. Wu Daming, in his life, he had only been defeated by one girl, and that was Ni Yang. He hadn't expected to lose to another today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1027, Grumpy Mr. Ni_2. He didn't know which girl was so revered. He wondered who was more formidable when compared to Ni Yang. After circling Suzhou City, Ni Yang finally drove home. Everyone at home had gathered, apparently waiting for Ni Yang's results. Yang. Ni Kuihua's eyes, originally dim, lit up instantly upon seeing Ni Yang. Mom. The house was heated by a stove, and Ni Yang casually took off his coat and placed it on the sofa. What did Yenyun say? Ni Zuhua continued to ask. Ni Yang shook his head. Mom, you shouldn't go looking for her anymore. If Wu Yenyun hadn't disappointed Ni Yang, he wouldn't have said such a thing. This child, why was he so stubborn? Ni Kuihua's eyes reddened instantly. Grandma Jing sighed. I knew it would end like this. Ting, don't be too upset. Even without Yenyun, you still have Yang and little Yunyun. Grandpa Jing said, your mother is right. Since that child doesn't have a mother-daughter fate with you, some things can't be forced. If it weren't for a DNA test, Grandpa Jing might even think there had been a mistake. Wu Yanyun's nature really didn't seem like it came from the Jing family. Mom, don't be upset. Ni Yang took Ni Kuihua's hand. Tell me honestly, when you and my grandparents went to see her before, did she also show them disdain? If Wu Yenyun showed disdain towards Ni Zuehua, Ni Yang could understand her. If Wu Yenyun despised even the innocent elderly, then Ni Yang could only say that Wu Yanyan was utterly heartless. Extremely heartless. Hearing this, Ni Tsuhua fell silent. It wasn't just disdain, but, reflecting on this, Ni Tsuhua felt a bit guilty, remembering how her elderly parents had been hit by a younger person that day. Seeing Ni Tsuhua like this, Ni Yang knew what had happened. "Mom, just forget this daughter from now on, and don't go looking for her anymore. If you don't listen, you will only embarrass yourself." Ni Tsuhua looked up at Ni Yang. "Do you think Yanyan will understand when she's older?" Wu Yanyan was still young this year, maybe she would change in a few years. Before Ni Yang could speak, Shangguan Dehui said, "Dia, have you forgotten how old Yang Yang was when he brought you out of Dam Village?" That year, Ni Yang was exactly 17 years old. Ni Yang was 17 years old, just like Wu Yanyan. The two 17-year-olds were worlds apart. Ni Tsuhua fell silent. Grandpa Jing said, "Tingting, let it be. We've tried our best, and we can be at peace with that." Grandpa Jing himself also wished to bring back his stranded granddaughter. But this child really couldn't be helped. Children are predestined, some things simply can't be forced. Ni Tsuhua nodded. So be it. In the first half of her life, she suffered so much due to poor judgment. In the second half, she didn't want to cause any conflicts with her close family over a daughter who had become estranged from her. Did she really have to abandon little Ni Yun? Break the mother-daughter relationship with Ni Yang? Impossible. Never possible. Grandma Zhang and Shangguan she went over to comfort Ni Tsuehua. Shangguan she had met Wu Yanyan. Her first impression of Wu Yanyan was that she was well-mannered and sensible. She didn't expect Wu Yanyan would do something so heart-wrenching. Quite unexpected. Fortunately, Ni Tsuehua wasn't the type to dwell on things, and after some persuasion from several people, her mood gradually stabilized. Wu Daming was driving Li Ronghua back home. As soon as the car reached the entrance of the village, he was stunned. "When was this highway in your village built? You should know that more than half a year ago, Jinghua village still had dirt roads. During rainy days, it would be muddy and cars couldn't enter, but now there was such a spacious concrete road." Li Ronghua said with a smile. "Yang Yang paid for the construction." Sixth sister. Yes. Li Ronghua nodded. Sixth sister is really amazing. Wu Daming said enviously, "Why can't our village have a capable person like Sixth sister?" Previously, Jinghua village had nothing, being the poorest among the villages in all directions. Since Ni Yang arrived, Jinghua village could be said to change every day. Now, if Jinghua village claimed to be number 1, which surrounding village would dare to claim to be number 2? If it wasn't seen with one's own eyes, no one would believe that Jinghua village could change so much in such a short time. Ni Yang was so amazing, and Li Ronghua was also proud. That's right. Yang Yang is really our village's lucky star. Go around the village and ask, from 70 to 80-year-olds to 2 to 3-year-olds, who doesn't like Yang Yang? Even people from the neighboring villages were especially envious of Jinghua village. At that moment, as they drove past the Ni family's small courtyard, Li Ronghua suddenly sat up straight and looked out of the window. Slow down, slow down. What's wrong? Wu Daming was somewhat puzzled. Li Ronghua pointed to a small black car parked outside. Doesn't that car look familiar? Wu Daming squinted his eyes. It does seem a bit. After a moment of thought, Wu Daming continued. Isn't that car the one we just saw on the street? Damn. The person driving the car just now couldn't be Ni Yang, could it? Wu Daming swallowed his throat. Li Ronghua and Wu Daming thought of the same thing. The person who was driving just now was Yang Yang, wasn't it? If that's really the case, Sixth sister is too amazing. Wu Daming exclaimed. Li Ronghua looked at Wu Daming. Anyway, she's much more capable than you. Look at you, Wu Daming, you're not even as good as a girl. Aren't you embarrassed? Wu Daming said meaningfully, then I'm still better than some who can't even drive. After speaking, Wu Daming added, not only can't drive, but they're also fierce like a man. If any man marries her, he's really out of luck. Who are you talking about? Li Ronghua glared at Wu Daming menacingly. Wu Daming grinned and countered, I'm just talking about some girls, not you. Why are you so excited? Do you act like a man? Li Ronghua, unable to vent his frustration, glared fiercely at Wu Daming, stop the car. Wu Daming didn't hear her properly. Li Ronghua raised his voice and yelled, I told you to stop the car. Deafening. Wu Daming shuddered and immediately hit the brakes. What's wrong? I want to get out. Li Ronghua grabbed her backpack, got out of the car, and slammed the door shut. Wu Daming scratched his head innocently, this person is really sick. Li Ronghua, who hadn't walked far, turned to look at him, her face gentle, what did you say? Wu Daming looked up at the sky and said earnestly, I said the weather today is really nice. Li Ronghua gave him a look and then walked ahead. Wu Daming stretched his neck, Comrade Li Ronghua, are you sure you don't want me to drive you? Li Ronghua, without turning back, waved her hand, no need. Wu Daming had no choice but to turn the car around, preparing to go back. Beep beep beep, just then, the right side window was knocked on. Wu Daming rolled down the window, revealing a face as beautiful as a painting, Sixth Sister. Yang smiled and said, Wu Daming, what brought you here? Wu Daming replied, it's all because I had to drive that tomboy back. Tomboy? Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, who? Wu Daming looked back and whispered very softly, that tomboy, Li Ronghua. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1028, This is the Gap. So, Wu Daming was talking about Li Ronghua. Yang laughed and said, Sister Ronghua is pretty good, isn't she? Where does she look like a tomboy? Wu Daming looked at Yang as if he saw a monster, even like this, she doesn't look like a tomboy. Yang said, look how good Sister Ronghua is, she's tall, has good looks, a job, and even a high salary. Her personality isn't bad either, she's loving towards her brother and respectful to her parents. For a girl to be like her is already quite remarkable. Compared to other women her age, Li Ronghua really stood out, she had everything that one could ask for, and didn't lose to anyone else. Wu Daming scratched his head, Sixth sister-in-law, you're so close to her, of course, you would speak on her behalf. How come he never noticed all of Li Ronghua's good qualities? To him, Li Ronghua always looked like a tomboy. The kind that can't get married. Yang, smiling, said, I'm just speaking the truth. Oh, by the way, do you want to come over to my place? Wu Daming waved his hands, no, I've got other things to do. Oh right, sixth sister-in-law, the sixth brother will be back in a couple of days. Yang nodded, I know. How do you know? Wu Daming looked surprised. Yang said, he's in Sea City, not abroad, we talk on the phone every day. Oh. As they were speaking, Wu Daming seemed to remember something, then said, sixth sister-in-law, is that your car? Yeah. Wu Daming continued, sixth sister-in-law, you must be really skilled at driving, right? By the end, his eyes were gleaming. Yang modestly said, of course, how else would I be your sixth sister-in-law? Wu Daming, full of admiration, said, sixth sister-in-law, you're so amazing, I knew it must have been you I saw on the street that time. Now he finally understood why Imo-chishan fell for Yang. You saw me on the street. Yang was somewhat surprised. Wu Daming nodded, yeah, I saw your car nearly flying. Thinking about that scene still made his heart race and his blood boil. Keep it low-key. Ni Yang, smiling, patted Wu Daming's shoulder. At that moment, Shengguan Su stood on the second-floor balcony and called out to Ni Yang, Yang, you've got a phone call. Oh, coming. Ni Yang turned to Wu Daming and said, I'll go back inside then. If you have time, come over to my place with Brother Mo. Sure. Wu Daming nodded. Ni Yang went inside to answer the phone. It was Li Tong who had called. She simply wanted to meet up with Ni Yang to buy a few more boxes of the limited edition Ice Jade Skin. Ni Yang readily agreed to meet Li Tong. They agreed to meet the next morning. Shengguan Shi came over from the other side, curiously asking, Yang, who was that? Ni Yang replied, a new friend I just met, she's looking to buy some Ice Jade Skin from me. Oh. Shengguan Shi nodded. The next morning, just as Ni Yang was about to leave, two unexpected guests arrived at her home. It was Lu Qi and Lu Ru. Ni Yang, are your uncle and aunt at home? Although Ni Yang had some small issues with Lu Ru, Lu Qi's character was really beyond reproach, so she nodded, my mom is at home, I'll take you inside. As visitors came, after entering the house, Ni Yang went to pour water for the siblings. Thank you, said Lu Ru, accepting the glass and taking the initiative to thank her. Ni Yang looked at Lu Ru with some surprise, you're welcome. Time really is a wonderful thing, it could even polish a haughty young miss into this. You could tell that Lu Ru had indeed changed a lot. In fact, after all these experiences, Lu Ru had definitely grown up. Looking back, it all felt like a dream. If time could start over, she would definitely not covet those things that didn't belong to her. She would be down to earth. Ni Zuhua came downstairs and was surprised to see the siblings. Lu Qi and Lu Ru stood up from the sofa to greet her actively, Auntie. Ni Zuhua said with a smile, have a seat, what brings you two here? She had thought that these siblings would have left for Taiwan Island long ago. Lu Qi said, Auntie, my sister and I are preparing to go back to Taiwan Island, so we specially came over to tell you. This would probably be his last time seeing the Ni family and Ni Yang. Since it was his mother who had wronged Ni Zuehua, he felt it was only right to speak to Ni Zuehua before leaving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1029, This is the Gap _2. Sorry not to live up to my own conscience. Ni Zuihua was stunned, what about your parents? Lu Qi said, they have also been transferred to the prison on Taiwan Island. Ni Zuihua nodded, are you flying out? Yes, on the flight tonight, Lu Qi answered. Then I wish you a smooth journey. Auntie, thank you. Lu Qi and Lu Ru both stood up and bowed to Ni Zuihua. After speaking with Ni Zuihua about this matter, the siblings said their goodbyes. Ni Zuihua and Ni Yen saw them out to the door. As they stepped out of the Ni family's courtyard, Zhao Shuyue arrived. Zhao Shuyue was carrying a bag of things. Auntie. Zhao Shuyue nodded and stuffed the things in her hand into Lu Qi's hands, take this with you to eat on the way. Inside was a pastry Zhao Shuyue had made herself. Lu Qi had especially loved these pastries the first time he visited Zhao Shuyue's home. Auntie, thank you. Zhao Shuyue sighed, Xiaoqi, your parents are your parents, you are you. After returning to Taiwan Island, forget the things of Beijing and start a new life with Xiaoru. Okay. Lu Qi nodded, Auntie, you also take good care of yourself. I will, off you go. Auntie, goodbye. Zhao Shuyue waved to the siblings. The siblings glanced back at Zhao Shuyue's stooping figure, their eyes slightly reddened. Especially Lu Ru, she now regretted her past behavior immensely. It was her fault. She owed Xiao Shuiyue an apology. After Lu Qi and Lu Ru left, Ni Yen drove to the place arranged with Li Tong. Seeing Ni Yen get out of a small sedan, Li Tong exclaimed in surprise, "Ni Yen, you can drive?" Ni Yen nodded. "That's really amazing." Li Tong continued, "How did you learn?" "It took me over a month just to learn to ride a bicycle. How long did you take to learn this?" Ni Yen smiled, "It's easier than a bicycle." "Really?" Li Tong expressed skepticism. Ni Yen nodded, "Really?" Li Tong thought to herself that when she had money, she would also buy a small car to drive. But the day when she would have money seemed not too far off. The effects of it were extremely good, the elders in the family were very happy, and Li Tong was also excited. "Right, hey race the you wanted." Ni Yen took out 3 boxes from the passenger seat and handed them to Li Tong. "Thank you, Ni Yen." Seeing Li Tong's eyes lit up. These were limited edition versions of Impossible to Buy in the market. It was because Ni Yen was kind and willing to do her this favor. "You're welcome," Ni Yen smiled slightly. Li Tong then said, "It's also time for lunch, let me treat you to lunch." "Then I won't be polite." "Don't be polite with me, we are friends after all." Li Tong took Ni Yen to a restaurant, and the two chatted and ate, getting along splendidly. Elsewhere, at Ihua University. Ever since using, Zhang Qiuying's skin had just gotten better and better. Now, Wang Lisha was becoming restless. Since her skin was somewhat similar to Zhang Qiuying's, both dry, and both prone to flaking in the winter. Seeing Zhang Qiuying's skin becoming increasingly hydrated while her own was drying out, flaking worse, how could she not be distressed? After much inquiring, she finally found a physical store selling and bought facial cleanser and aloe vera gel back, but she hadn't managed to get the best-selling whitening and moisturizing cream. After using the facial cleanser and aloe vera gel for only 2 days, the flakiness of Wang Lisha's skin had improved a lot. Wang Lisha, looking at herself in the mirror, was very happy, but the thought of not managing to buy the whitening moisturizer made her smile fade. If the normal facial cleanser and aloe gel could have such good results, then the limited edition could only be better. One look at Zhang Qiuying was proof enough. Zhang Qiuying's skin now is more than 10 times better than hers. She isn't any less attractive than Zhang Qiuying. If she could use the limited edition products, she would surely be even more beautiful. Just then, footsteps sounded from outside. "Ah! Wang Lisha. I was wondering why your skin has been getting better these past few days. It turns out you've been sneakily using the Ice Jade Skin Cream. I remember just a few days ago, certain people were saying that the Ice Jade Skin Cream would ruin your face. So, does your face hurt now?" Because she was afraid of being mocked by Zhang Qiuying, Wang Lisha had been secretly using the Ice Jade Skin Cream. Now that Zhang Qiuying had seen her, there was no need to hide it anymore. "What? Is the Ice Jade Skin Cream your family's property? Are you the only one allowed to use it?" Wang Lisha retorted. Wang Lisha had regrets as well. If she had known how great the Ice Jade Skin Cream was, she wouldn't have fallen out with Zhang Qiuying so badly. Zhang Qiuying smiled and said, "Miss Wang, I have to say, your face is exceptionally thick. If I were you, even at the risk of death, I wouldn't use the Ice Jade Skin Cream." Wang Lisha wanted to respond with sarcasm, but remembering that she still needed something from Zhang Qiuying, her attitude softened, "Mind your own business." After speaking, Wang Lisha picked up a box of cookies and handed it to Zhang Qiuying. "These are from my mom, sent over from our side. You can't buy them in Beijing." Zhang Qiuying looked at Wang Lisha strangely, "Are you sick?" Wang Lisha didn't respond. Instead, she grabbed another box of cookies and stuffed it into Li Huilan's arms. Here, this is for you. Li Huilan was just as surprised by Wang Lisha's actions. Zhang Qiuying continued, Wang Lisha, you didn't put poison in the cookies, did you? Take it or leave it. Wang Lisha glanced at Zhang Qiuying, I'm off to the cafeteria. Watching Wang Lisha's retreating figure, Zhang Qiuying wondered to herself, am I dreaming? Could Wang Lisha actually be this nice? Something doesn't feel right. Li Huilan said, I also feel she's acting a bit off today. Zhang Qiuying's eyes fell on the iced jade skin cream nearby. Smiling, she said, I think I know what's going on. What is it? Li Huilan asked curiously. Zhang Qiuying said, I'll keep it a secret for now, you'll find out in a few days. Today was the day Emmo returned. Ni Yang had arranged on the phone with Emmo last night to go eat Japanese food together today. After their meal, the two strolled through the streets of Beijing, getting ready to buy movie tickets at the cinema. Wu Yenyun has been in a very bad mood these past few days. Because for several days, the Ni family hadn't sought her out again. She had an intuition that the Ni family might have genuinely given up on her as their daughter. Even though she had always refused to acknowledge the Ni family. But now that the Ni family didn't come to claim her, she felt empty inside, a strange and uncomfortable sensation. She wondered if Ni Tsuehua had ever truly considered her a biological daughter. If Ni Tsuehua had, would she not come to claim her now? Aren't they mother and daughter? Perhaps she could never measure up to Ni Yang and little Ni Yun in Ni Kuihua's heart, that was the difference. If they didn't acknowledge her, then so be it. Without the Ni family, she could still live well. She was determined to make everyone take notice. Wu Yenyun heaved a deep sigh. Preoccupied, Wu Yenyun didn't notice a car speeding close by. By the time Wu Yenyun realized, the car was already about to hit her. Her face turned pale in an instant. At that moment, someone grasped her arm, and with a strong pull, she was yanked away. The car narrowly missed her by inches. It was incredibly dangerous. Are you okay? A concerned voice came from above her. Wu Yenyun let out a sigh of relief, feeling an exhilarating sense of having narrowly escaped death. That was close. She was nearly hit by the car. She should thank her savior properly. Wu Yenyun looked up and her smile froze on her lips. Why is it you? Could it be that Ni Yang arranged for the car? Definitely Ni Yang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1030, Sisterhood Broken. All of this was orchestrated by Ni Yang. Did Ni Yang really think she could use such despicable means to make herself feel grateful, to forgive her? Did she think she was so easy to deceive? She wasn't a 3-year-old child. I don't need your help. Wu Yenyun pushed Ni Yang away. Ni Yang, stop with your fake kindness here. Don't think I don't know what you're really thinking. Who are you putting on this show for? You really make me sick. Ni Yang didn't fight back and just watched Wu Yenyun, a layer of desolation welling up inside her. Saving Wu Yenyun was no accident. No matter what, this person was her own sister, and she couldn't remain indifferent and let Wu Yenyun die right there. If she had still held a sliver of hope for this sister before, now, she was thoroughly disappointed in her. Mo Qishan slightly furrowed his brow. Ni Yang had already told him about Wu Yenyun's situation over the phone. Although he had long known that Wu Yenyun refused to acknowledge the Ni family, he hadn't expected her to be this excessive. If it hadn't been for Ni Yang just now, who knows what state she would be in if that small sedan had hit her, and now she's treating Ni Yang like this. Ni Yang might tolerate it, seeing Wu Yenyun as her sister, but he couldn't. Who do you think you are? Mo Qishan grabbed Wu Yenyun's wrist. If it weren't for Yang, could you be living like this now? You're ungrateful. Neither Ni Yang nor Ni Tsuehua had ever cursed at her like this. Wu Yanyan was stunned, looking incredulously at Imo-Chishin. She was the one who had been abandoned, so how could she be the ungrateful one? It was Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang who had wronged her. What right did Imo-Chishin have to blame her? Just because he was Ni Yang's boyfriend. Because he was Ni Yang's boyfriend, could Imo-Chishin just ignore the facts? Imo-Chishin looked at Wu Yanyan with a very cold expression. Even Ni Yang had never seen such a side of Imo-Chishin. His lips were tightly pursed, his cold features seemed to be covered with an impenetrable layer of thin ice, and he exuded a violent air that was vastly different from his usual gentle demeanor. Wu Yanyan, ask yourself, if it weren't for Yang Yang, could you live as comfortably as you do now? Your family's house belongs to Yang Yang. Your father's company was funded by Yang Yang's money. Even your life was saved by Yang Yang. Think about it, how many times has Yang Yang saved you? What right do you have to yell at Yang Yang? The kind of person Imo-Chishin hated most in his life was an ungrateful one like Wu Yanyan. If Wu Yanyan weren't Ni Yang's sister, Imo-Chishin wouldn't have this kind of patience. But he had to give Ni Yang some face. She owes me. Wu Yanyan choked out. Yang Yang owes you. What does she owe you? As your older sister, she owes you nothing. Imo-Chishin continued, if anything, it's you who owes Yang Yang. Think about it yourself, everything you eat, use, and wear, isn't it all because of Yang Yang? Wu Yanyan, if you truly have any pride, then from today on, stop using anything that belongs to Yang Yang. Without Ni Yang's help, what was Wu Yanyan? She wouldn't even be able to attend school. Rest assured, I will never use anything of Ni Yang's again. Wu Yanyan turned to look at Ni Yang. They were all forcing her. All of them. And it wasn't even her fault to begin with. Why were they treating her like this? You'd better remember your words today. Imo-Chishin released Wu Yanyan without any mercy, his voice was even colder than ice. Due to the sudden force, Wu Yanyan fell hard to the ground, feeling a sharp pain shoot through her palm as it made contact with the floor. Just then, a dark shadow enveloped Wu Yanyan. She looked up. It was Ni Yang. What did she want to do? Mock her with a few taunting words. Wu Yanyan bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment. Ni Yang looked down at Wu Yanyan from above, and took a white pearl bracelet off her hand. Now that it's come to this, the sisterly bond between us is also over. As she finished speaking, the pearl necklace slid from Ni Yang's hand to the ground. Snap, the thread broke upon hitting the floor. White pearls scattered all over. In that moment, Wu Yanyan's tears surged forth, just like these beads that had broken off their string. That pearl bracelet was what she had bought with her first month's salary as a gift for Ni Yang. It wasn't expensive. Just 5 yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1031, Sisterhood Ends. _2. But the significance of this was immense. At that time, she didn't know that Ni Yang was her sister. At that time, they were as close as sisters. Even after the last major fallout, Ni Yang didn't take off the bracelet. But this time, Wu Yanyan couldn't quite describe how she felt. Was she the one who was wrong? But it clearly wasn't her fault. Was being discarded also a mistake? Let's go, said Imo-Chishin as he took Ni Yang's hand, but in an instant, he reverted to his usual cheerful demeanor. It's as if the man radiating hostility was nothing but an illusion. Wu Yanyan watched their retreating backs, unable to get up from the ground for a long time. Ni Yang. Wu Yanyan shouted, what are you worth without the Jing family? If the one thrown away were you, I would be you now. You're mistaken, Ni Yang glanced back slightly. Without the Jing family, I would still be me. And if the one thrown away were me and not you, then you wouldn't necessarily be you. Everything Ni Yang had was earned through her own abilities. She had never relied on anyone. Even in her previous life, when she became the famous entrepreneur Miss Ni, she never depended on anybody. The word rely wasn't in her dictionary. Considering Wu Yanyan's current situation, she might not have the fortitude that Ni Yang possessed. Compared to me, you're living in paradise. Compared to Ni Yang, Wu Yanyan was incredibly fortunate. At least she had parents who loved her, and in times of turmoil, a sister to protect her. Yet she failed to cherish it. In a past life, when Ni Yang was deep in the mire, she wished dearly for a benefactor to reach down and pull her up. But there were none. It took her a full 10 years to climb to a future of success. Wu Yanyan had no right to speak of fairness now. Having said that, Ni Yang walked away, arm in arm with Mo Qishan. Wu Yanyan lay on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Yanyan. Just then, a familiar voice sounded overhead. Sister Jiao Jiao. Wu Yanyan's voice was hoarse. Du Jiao Jiao quickly helped Wu Yanyan to her feet. What happened? Who bullied you? Nothing, Wu Yanyan hastily wiped away her tears. I just fell down by accident. In her panic, Wu Yanyan glanced behind Du Jiao Jiao. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Grandfather Du wasn't there. If Grandfather Du saw her in such a wretched state, she wouldn't have the face to see him again. Du Jiao Jiao continued, Are you really okay? Oh, I was about to go find Yang Yang. Do you want to come with me? Wu Yanyan's expression darkened momentarily, shaking her head. I have something else to do, so I won't go. Oh, nodded Du Jiao Jiao, but are you really okay? Seeing Wu Yanyan in such an unusual state, Du Jiao Jiao was a bit worried. I'm really fine, Wu Yanyan looked at Du Jiao Jiao, adding, Sister Jiao Jiao, Ni Yang is two-faced and isn't worth getting close to. Be careful not to be deceived by her. After saying that, Wu Yanyan turned and walked away. Du Jiao Jiao stared at Wu Yanyan's retreating figure, taking a moment to process the situation. What was going on? Hadn't Wu Yanyan and Ni Yang been on good terms before? Why was she suddenly speaking ill of Ni Yang now? Did Ni Yang do something to betray her? But Ni Yang wasn't that kind of person. How strange. Burdened with doubts, Du Jiao Jiao continued to walk forward. After Wu Yanyan returned home, she planned to sort out all the things Ni Yang had given her. But as she was sorting, she realized that almost everything in the house was from Ni Yang. Clothes, review materials, backpacks, even the house was Ni Yang's. It seemed that the only option was to pay Ni Yang back. When Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu got back, Wu Yanyan said, Mom and Dad, can you give me some money? I need to pay Ni Yang back. Yan Erju said, Xiaoyun, Yang Yang is your sister. How can you call her by her full name? When did you ever borrow money from Yang Yang? She is not my sister. I've made that clear to her today. From now on, our family will keep our distance from her, and I will no longer use anything from Ni Yang. And yes, let's not live in her house anymore either, let's move out. Have you lost your mind? Yan Erju frowned and said, Everything our family has now was given by Yang Yang. Do you think you can repay that so easily? Do you know how much you're hurting her feelings? Yan Erju truly hadn't expected Wu Yanyan to change like this. This daughter had become almost unrecognizable to her. Wu Yanyan wasn't like this before. Wu Yanyan retorted, Why can't it be repaid? Isn't our family construction company making a lot of money now? Can't we just pay Ni Yang back? At worst, repay tenfold. As far as she knew, the construction company was making thousands a month, and in good times, it could make 10,000, the Wu family was certainly not short of money now. Although Ni Yang had bought her many things, if the items couldn't be returned, paying back the money would suffice. It was precisely because of this that Wu Yanyan felt so confident in front of Ni Yang. If it weren't for Yang Yang's financial support, could our construction company have even started? Wu Jinshu couldn't stand it any longer. Don't forget who helped you get where you are. Xiaoyun, we have to have a conscience as human beings. Paying back the money is easy, but what about the kindness? This favor couldn't fully be repaid. Without Ni Yang's guidance and help, Wu Jinshu's construction company would not have been able to make any money, even if it had been established. Wu Yanyan was an honest person, and he was well aware of his own limitations. Yan Erju continued, if you truly want to sever ties with Yang Yang, then go be a stepmother to Wu Chang's 2 children right now. Then we can go live in that dilapidated little house. You must have forgotten about the hard times after living so well for too long. Wu Yanyan's mind went boom. She couldn't understand why everyone was speaking up for Ni Yang. Even her adoptive parents were the same. Was it just because Ni Yang had money that everyone was trying to curry favor with her? Or was it because she wasn't their biological child, so they didn't really care about her? Wu Yanyan felt her life was like a joke. She'd always been living in deception. Seeing Wu Yanyan like this, Yan Erju sighed, Xiaoyun, stop being so stubborn. Yang Yang is a sister that's hard to come by, you should treasure her. Listen to your mother, the bond between sisters only comes once, there is no next life. Does she deserve to be a sister? Why does everyone take her side? Just because she has money, because I am not your biological child. Wu Yanyan turned to look at Yan Erju. Yan Erju was stunned, her eyes reddening as she looked at Wu Yanyan. She had always treated Wu Yanyan as her own daughter and never expected Wu Yanyan to say such a thing. What are you saying? Your mother has been so good to you, when did she ever not treat you as her own? Wu Jinshu also got angry because of Wu Yanyan's words. I am your daughter. Why do you always speak for Ni Yang? If you like Ni Yang so much, why did you pick me up in the first place? Go acknowledge Ni Yang as your daughter. Rather than enduring these pains, it would have been better if they'd let her die back then. Why let her live like this? Wu Yanyan, too angry to care, was just saying things she found satisfying and didn't realize how hurtful her words were. Yan Erju looked at Wu Yanyan, and tears flowed down like rain. 17 years ago, when Wu Yanyan was picked up, she had been so tiny. A baby fusses at night in the first month and needs to be fed several times. She didn't have breast milk, so in the dead of winter, she had to get up to feed her several times each night. It was not easy for her to raise the baby. She could never have imagined that one day Wu Yanyan would blame her for having picked her up in the first place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1032, What is Upbringing? Yan Erju looked at Wu Yanyan and just felt that her daughter was excessively strange. Very strange. Wu Jinshu realized something was off in the atmosphere and frowned as he spoke. Yanyan, what nonsense are you talking about? She is your mother. Without her, there'd be no you. Even if you're angry, you can't talk to your mother like that. Dad, do you think you're not biased? Wu Yanyan said, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Wu Jinshu. You actually like Ni Yang too, right? In your heart, you wish Ni Yang was your daughter. Yes, how can someone as unsuccessful as me be fit to be your daughter? I'm sorry. I've disgraced you. Since you don't like me, you shouldn't have let her pick me up in the first place. Wu Yanyan had truly had enough. These past days, she had been living in Ni Yang's shadow. Everyone had been telling her to forgive Ni Yang, to forgive the Ni family. If she didn't, she would be seen as an ingrate. But had they ever considered that she was the victim? They had no right to accuse her. Wu Jinshu took a deep breath. After all, he was a man, so his endurance was much better than Wu Yanyan's. Yanyan, you're still young. When you grow older and have children of your own, when you become a parent, then you will know how difficult it is to raise a child. Go back to your room. You still have school tomorrow. Get some rest early tonight. Erju, let's go back to our room too. Wu Jinshu took Yan Erju's hand and walked back inside the house. If the standoff continued, the conflict would roll on like a snowball, growing larger and larger. Children are irrational, parents cannot afford to be irrational as well. Erju, let's go. Wu Jinshu pulled Yan Erju back into the room and closed the door. Yan Erju lay on the bed, sobbing deep and muffled cries. For Wu Yanyan, in her younger days, she had endured so much from her mother-in-law. But now Wu Yanyan was treating her like this. No one could understand the sourness in her heart. Wu Jinshu consoled her, Erju, let it be. She's just a child who hasn't grown up yet. Just give it a few years, she will be fine. Why are you getting angry with your own child? Look at me, I'm not angry at all. Actually, our Yanyan is very sensible, it's just that she's a bit confused at the moment. Everyone has impulsive moments, she didn't do it on purpose. Yan Erju was speechless, her shoulders trembling. Is being non-biological really that significant? How could this child say such things to her? Yan Erju was not angry, she was heartbroken. Wu Jinshu continued, Erju, let it go. Yanyan didn't mean it, don't be upset. It took quite some time before Yan Erju stopped crying. Only then did Wu Jinshu breathe a sigh of relief. Erju, you sleep first, I'll go check on Yanyan. As a father and the man of the house, at times like this, he could only act as the peacemaker, comforting both sides. A harmonious family leads to prosperity in all things. Yan Erju nodded, go ahead. Wu Yanyan wasn't doing much better, lying with her face down at the desk, weeping quietly. She felt the world was truly unfair. Even if she had not been the Wu family's biological child before, at least, her adoptive parents had treated her like their own. But now, they had changed. They had become strangers to her. Today, if she was their biological child, they definitely wouldn't treat her like this. Yanyan. There came a knock at the door. Wu Yanyan sniffed and ignored Wu Jinshu outside. Wu Jinshu continued, Yanyan, I'm coming in. After a few seconds, Wu Jinshu pushed the door open from the outside. Wu Yanyan acted as if she hadn't heard these noises. Wu Jinshu brought a small stool over and sat next to Wu Yanyan. Yanyan, I've washed an apple for you. Do you want to eat one? Wu Yanyan said nothing. Wu Jinshu went on, Yanyan, I know you have difficulties and grievances, but you're not the only one in pain. Whether it's Yang Yang or Yang Yang's mom, they have their own hardships. Born in a tough time, everyone had no choice. Saying this, Wu Jinshu sighed, if you don't want to forgive them, your mom and I won't force you. But child, we cannot be people without conscience. Think about it carefully. Should you really treat your mom with that attitude tonight? No matter what, she is the person who raised you single-handedly. Without her, you wouldn't be here. Perhaps it was this sentence that struck a nerve in Wu Yanyan, as she suddenly looked up at Wu Jinshu. But I never begged you to raise me. Growing up, Wu Yanyan had never once resented her family situation. Because she knew how hard it was for her parents to raise her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1033, What is Upbringing? _2. But now, Her parents had suddenly changed. If she had known this would happen, Yen Erju might as well not have picked her up and brought her home in the first place. Then she wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Maybe someone better off would have taken her in, then she wouldn't have met Ni Yang and endured all this pain. Yen Yun, you are my daughter, and I am your father, so I won't get angry if you say these things to me. But it's different with your mom. You've been raised by your mom since you were a baby, through all the filth and mess. How would you feel if, as a mother, you heard that the child you've raised from birth spoke of you this way? If you were in her shoes, would you be sad? Think about it, has your mom ever treated you badly? At this point, Wu Jinshu paused before continuing, your mom didn't say anything bad, she just doesn't want to see you regret it later on. I won't regret it. I will never forgive the Ni family in my life. There was no point in further persuasion at this juncture. Wu Jinshu said, as long as you don't regret it, that's fine. Otherwise, when you grow up and think back on today, you might blame your mom and me for not having advised you. Wu Yenyun sniffled and remained silent. Wu Jinshu went on, go and apologize to your mom. She's had a tough time. Okay, I understand. Wu Yenyun stood up and walked toward the master bedroom. Inside the master bedroom, Yen Erju's emotions had mostly stabilized, but her eyes were still red. Mom, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way just now. Yen Erju lifted her head to look at Wu Yenyun, watching her daughter who was gradually growing up, and felt her nose twinge, nearly on the verge of tears again. Having said this, Wu Yenyun turned and walked towards the door. Wu Jinshu came in from the side, forget it, Erju. Since the child has apologized, let's not be angry. Yen Erju choked up and spoke, I'm not angry. The next day, Yen Erju and Wu Jinshu prepared to visit the Ni family. Having said those things to them the day before, Wu Yenyun must have said even harsher words to Ni Yang and the rest. No matter what, they couldn't let the Ni family feel disheartened. Although Wu Yenyun had made it clear that she did not recognize the Ni family, their attitude remained as cordial as ever. Ni Tsuhua immediately made tea for them. Yang Yang's mom, Yang Yang, we've not raised our child well, and we owe you an apology. Both husband and wife felt extremely guilty. Ni Yang brought out fruit and placed it on the coffee table. Godfather, godmother, I know this isn't your fault. Even though Yenyun refuses to acknowledge us, you two are still my godparents. This matter didn't involve Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju. This couple was truly exceptional. Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju had never expected Ni Yang to still be willing to call them godparents. They felt a complex mix of emotions. What does it mean to be well-bred? Perhaps, this was it. Although Ni Yang and Wu Yenyun were blood sisters, the difference between them was more than just a little. Yang Yang, thank you. Yen Erju held Ni Yang's hand, her nose slightly tingling. Ni Yang smiled faintly, godmother, we should be the ones thanking you for raising Yenyun to adulthood. The visit to the Ni family left the couple with many emotions. Back at home, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju instructed Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong. No matter whom they forgot in the future, even if they disrespected their own parents, they must never forget Ni Yang. Ni Yang had shown great kindness to their family. Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong nodded, Mom and Dad, don't worry, Erlong and I would never be as heartless as our elder sister. Meanwhile, at the Ni family's small courtyard, Shengguanxi was carrying a bag, rushing indoors. She was hurrying and failed to notice a banana peel on the ground. Just as she was about to step on it, Ni Yang came from the opposite side and gently kicked it into a nearby trash can. Shengguanxi gave a thumbs up, Yang Yang, you could go play soccer with skills like that. Ni Yang laughed, I might just give it a try tomorrow. By the way, Sister Xiaoxi, why are you in such a hurry? Shengguanxi said, I'm going back home to change clothes. I have things to do later. How about I give you a ride on my way out, offered Yang. Sure, Sheng Guanxi nodded, then I'll go change right now. Before long, Sheng Guanxi came downstairs, changed into a pink down jacket, and had even applied lipstick, looking much prettier than usual. A fair lady is a gentleman's good match. Yang teased, Sister Xiaoxi is dressed up so beautifully, are you going on a date? A blush quietly crept onto Sheng Guanxi's face. Are you really going on a date? Yang asked. Sheng Guanxi nodded. Yang continued, is your date with Zuoling? Sheng Guanxi nodded again. Sheng Guan had thought that Yang would definitely try to persuade her not to be with Zuoling, but Yang didn't say much. She neatly fastened her seatbelt, started the engine, and drove away. Yang, aren't you going to advise me against being with Zuoling anymore? Yang smiled and looked back, if I advised you, would you listen? Sheng Guanxi shook her head. Yang went on, since you wouldn't listen to me, there's no use in me saying more. Besides, I've always said that a fox will eventually reveal its tail. Yang now had a better way to make Zuoling show his true colors. There was no use in saying more. Zuoling is not a fox at all. Sheng Guanxi claimed. Yang smiled slightly, Sister Xiaoxi, have you only been in love once? Sheng Guanxi exclaimed in surprise, Yang, how did you know? Zuoling was her first love, and she was his. Yang said, I can tell. Mainly because you're too naive, Sister Xiaoxi. Anyone with a bit more experience in love wouldn't be like you. Sheng Guanxi responded speechlessly, Yang, you're several years younger than me. You talk as if you've been in many relationships. The car was fast, and it didn't take long to arrive downtown. You can stop here, Sheng Guanxi said. Yang pulled over to the curb. Sheng Guanxi opened the door and waved at Yang, see you, Yang. Yang followed up, when will you return tonight, Sister Xiaoxi? I'll come to pick you up. Sheng Guanxi waved her hand, no need, I'll take the bus back. After separating from Yang, Sheng Guanxi arrived at the cafe where she and Zuoling had agreed to meet. By the time she arrived, Zuoling was already there. Zuoling was a very attentive person and very conscious of time. He never arrived late for a date, only early. Sheng Guanxi really liked this about him. Xiaoxi, you're here, Zuoling said as he immediately stood up from the sofa. Have you been waiting long? Sheng Guanxi asked somewhat embarrassedly. Zuoling shook his head, no, I just got here. As he spoke, he handed the menu to Sheng Guanxi, choose whatever you like, Xiaoxi. Sheng Guanxi took the menu, I'll have a caramel macchiato, what about you? I'll have the same as you, Zuoling said. In fact, Zuoling didn't really like these kinds of drinks. He was just deliberately accommodating Sheng Guanxi to create more common topics of conversation. Sheng Guanxi nodded, waiter, 2 caramel macchiatos, please. Sure, please wait a moment. After finishing their coffee, the two went to watch a movie. While buying tickets, a familiar voice rang out from behind, Sheng Guanxiaoxi. Sheng Guanxi glanced back slightly, only to see Wu Qinjun approaching. Wu number 3, you're also here to see a movie. Sister Xiaoxi, hi. Standing next to Wu Qinjun was a girl about 17 or 18 years old, Wu Chenjun's younger cousin. Anan, you're here too. Zhou Anan nodded, I came with my brother. Xiaoxi, I've got the tickets, Zuoling said, coming over from the other side. Oh, then let's go quickly. Wu Qinjun lifted his chin slightly, Sheng Guanxiaoxi, aren't you going to introduce us to this gentleman? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1034, I've heard so much about you. Shang Guanxi smiled and said, this is my boyfriend Zhuoling. This is my childhood friend Wu Qinjun, and this is his cousin Zhou Ainen. Wu Qinjun took the initiative to reach out his right hand. Mr. Zhua, I have heard much about you. From a distance last time, Wu Qinjun thought Shang Guanxi's boyfriend wasn't much to look at, and now up close, he seemed even less impressive. Shang Guanxi's taste in men was questionable, to say the least. She actually liked this kind of pretty boy. Hello. Zhuoling reached out to shake Wu Qinjun's hand. In the gaze that passed between Zhuoling and Wu Qinjun, Zhuoling knew that Wu Qinjun didn't come with good intentions. Perhaps he came because of Shang Guanxi. Right, Shang Guanxi was so beautiful, who knows how many men outside coveted her. But even if Wu Qinjun liked Shang Guanxi, what of it? Wu Qinjun lived in a small villa, drove a compact car, and still lost to him. So what if you have money? With money, you still get stepped on beneath my feet. Zhuoling felt a full sense of superiority, reaching out to put his arm around Shang Guanxi's shoulder. Xiaoxi, let's go inside, the movie is about to start. Okay. Shang Guanxi turned her head to greet Wu Qinjun and Zhou Ainen. Well, go in first then. Zhou Ainen nodded. Okay, Sister Xiaoxi, you guys go ahead. Wu Qinjun's face remained expressionless, his eyes fixed on Zhuoling's hand resting on Shang Guanxi's shoulder. He wanted to chop off Zhuoling's hand with an axe. Brother. Zhou Ainen nudged Wu Qinjun. They're already far away. Damn. Wu Qinjun threw away the drink bottle in his hand, heart filled with an indescribable frustration. Brother, do you like Sister Xiaoxi? Zhou Ainen asked tentatively. Wu Qinjun had been abroad for 3 years and only recently came back. During this time, his family had introduced him to many girls, but Wu Qinjun wasn't interested in any of them. Could it be that Wu Qinjun fancied Shang Guanxi? Zhou Ainen swallowed hard. Brother, you don't really like Sister Xiaoxi, do you? Wu Qinjun didn't speak. Zhou Ainen continued. Brother, does Sister Xiaoxi know that you like her? I think her boyfriend isn't even half as handsome as you. Sister Xiaoxi's taste is really poor. If I were her, Wu Qinjun looked at Zhou Ainen and cut her off directly. Go watch the movie yourself. I have something to do, I'm leaving first. With that, Wu Qinjun turned and walked away. Zhou Ainen couldn't even catch up. After the movie ended, it was already past 6 in the evening. At 6 in the winter, it was already very dark. Zhuoling escorted Shang Guanxi to the bus station. The bus came every half hour, and when they arrived, the latest bus had just left. Zhuoling looked around and then said, Xiaoxi, wait here for me for a moment. Shang Guanxi nodded. It was quite a while before Zhuoling reappeared in front of Shang Guanxi. Unexpectedly to Shang Guanxi, Zhuoling was on one knee in front of her. What are you doing? Shang Guanxi was startled. Several passengers waiting for the bus also seemed surprised. Zhuoling looked at Shang Guanxi, very earnestly. Xiaoxi, will you marry me? What? A marriage proposal. Shang Guanxi covered her mouth, completely astonished. Zhuoling took out a ring from his pocket. Xiaoxi, today is the 1198th day since we met, and also 3 years and 1 month. The great man once said, any romance not aimed at marriage is frivolous. I'm an honest man, not good at sweet talk, and because of my limited ability, I couldn't even prepare a decent ring for you, but I know that you are not a vain girl. This ring, although it's neither gold nor silver, represents my sincere heart. I love you. Shang Guanxi. Please give me the chance to take care of you. Ever since meeting Wu Qinjun, Zhuoling always felt a sense of crisis. He was afraid Shang Guanxi would fall for someone else, as people tend to change. Who knows what Shang Guanxi would be like in the future? The most important thing was that Wu Qinjun was richer than him. So, the best solution now was to make Shang Guanxi a member of the Zuo family quickly. Once Shang Guanxi became part of the Zuo family, she wouldn't dare to entertain any whimsical thoughts. Zuo Ling knew girls too well. Girls like Shang Guanxi loved to hear sweet nothings because they were so naive and simple. A few words from a man could easily make them head over heels. So what if there's no diamond ring? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1035. I've heard so much about you. Ni Zuihua would marry Shang Guanxi even without a diamond ring. Shang Guanxi, with slightly red eyes, looked at Zuo Ling and had to admit that she was moved by him. Zuo Ling, Xiaoxi, will you marry me, please? Zuo Ling continued, although my salary is only a little over 100 yuan a month and I can't afford an expensive diamond ring, please believe me, one day, I will bring the most gorgeous diamond ring in the world before you. Please marry me. Upon hearing this, the passengers waiting for the bus were all stunned. Goodness! This young man is really impressive. He earns 100 yuan a month. And he's so good to his girlfriend. Such good men are really rare these days. Marry him. Marry him. The onlookers began clapping their hands. This kind of atmosphere is the most misleading. Shang Guanxi reached out and took the ring made of wild grass, nodded with her eyes slightly red, okay. This answer was what Zuo Ling had expected, but he still pretended to be surprised, lifting Shang Guanxi up and cheered, thank you, Xiaoxi. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance. Being lifted up in front of everyone, Shang Guanxi was quite embarrassed. Put me down quickly, the bus is about to come. Zuo Ling put down Shang Guanxi. The bus arrived shortly after, and Zuo Ling got on with Shang Guanxi. Shang Guanxi reminded him, Zuo Ling, you got on the wrong bus. Your home is in the opposite direction. Zuo Ling smiled and said, it's okay, I'll take you home. Then how will you get back? Asked Shang Guanxi. Zuo Ling casually replied, I'll take the bus back later, taking you home is the most important thing now. Shang Guanxi was very fortunate to have a boyfriend as good as Zuo Ling. Zuo Ling, thank you. Zuo Ling smiled and said, we'll be family soon, you don't need to thank me. Shang Guanxi shyly lowered her head. Zuo Ling continued, Xiaoxi, when do you plan to marry me? He had already planned that after Shang Guanxi married him, he would have her quit her job at the factory, stay at home with peace of mind, tending the house and looking after the elders. After all, Shang Guanxi didn't make much money a month anyway. With Shang Guanxi around, there would be no need to hire a nanny, saving some nanny expenses as well. Shang Guanxi was so beautiful, she could hold her own in gatherings outside and serve as a nanny at home, and could have sons to continue the family line. Such a good wife was hard to find. He was really capable. He had wooed Shang Guanxi with just a grass-made ring. Could any other man do that? Zuo Ling felt more self-satisfied, and his smile widened. Shang Guanxi curiously said, what are you smiling about? Zuo Ling put his arm around Shang Guanxi's shoulders, I'm just feeling secretly happy. Secretly happy. Shang Guanxi was slow to catch on. Zuo Ling continued, to be able to marry such a gentle, kind, beautiful, and generous wife, how could I not feel secretly happy? At these words, Shang Guanxi became even more embarrassed. Was she really that excellent in Zuo Ling's eyes? Zuo Ling added, Xiaoxi, when exactly do you plan to marry me? Shang Guanxi blushed and said, it's not just up to me, I need to go back and ask for my parents' opinions to see what they say. Zuo Ling nodded, uncle has brought you up, so it's indeed important to ask his opinion. As for your aunt's opinion, you can either take it or leave it, after all, you have no blood relation with her, and she wasn't the one who raised you when you were little. That's not how you should speak, my mom is a very nice person. She cares a lot about me. Shangguanxi was not the type of ungrateful person. Her relationship with Enlightenment wasn't something that anyone could easily stir up with a few words. Zuoling was a smart man. He knew he should play along with Shangguanxi at this moment and not contradict her. Xiaoxi, I must have accrued good fortune in my previous life to be able to marry such an outstanding, kind-hearted girl like you this lifetime. Right now, to him, Shangguanxi was more important than anything else. After getting married, he would be able to turn himself around and be the master. He wasn't afraid Shangguanxi would divorce him. Given Shangguanxi's standards, she couldn't find a better man than him. Even if Wu Qinjun was interested in Shangguanxi, what could that do? Could Wu Qinjun accept a woman who had been with someone else, a second-hand one? He figured Shangguanxi wouldn't have the guts to divorce him. Shangguanxi couldn't read minds, nor did she know what Zuoling was thinking, simply taking Zuoling's words for heartfelt sincerity. Zuoling, don't say that. I have many flaws too. Zuoling said, it doesn't matter. I can accept all of your flaws. After a while, the car reached its station. Zuoling dropped Shangguanxi off at the entrance of the village before taking the bus back. When he arrived home, Zuoling told his parents about his proposal. Hearing this, his mother, agitated, stood up and slammed the table. No way. I don't agree. You have to agree, because I already proposed. Xiaoxi has even accepted. Zuoling said. His mother, overwhelmed with anger and her heart pounding violently, said, foolish. Ling Ling, you're so foolish. That Shangguanxi has neither looks nor family background. She is not worthy of you. Her son was a dragon among men. In ancient times, he could have married a princess or become a son-in-law to the emperor. What was Shangguanxi? She wasn't even comparable to a sparrow. Zuoling firmly stated, I'm going to marry Xiaoxi no matter what. I like Xiaoxi. Although her family background isn't great, she's educated, good-looking, and presentable. Saying this, Zuoling casually picked up a fruit knife and placed it against his neck. Mom and Dad, if you don't let me marry Xiaoxi today, it'll end my life. Seeing Zuoling with the fruit knife terrified his parents. They knew Zuoling was the Zuo family's only bloodline, their lifeblood. Without Zuoling, what would be the point of their existence? Ling Ling, calm down, don't hurt yourself, his mother said anxiously. Give the knife to Mom, quickly, be good, Ling Ling. Zuoling stepped back. Mom, don't come any closer. Unless you agree to let me marry Xiaoxi, I'll die right here, before your eyes. Zuoling's father turned pale with fear. Ling Ling, my heart's joy, please put the knife down. Given the situation, his mother had no choice but to nod in agreement. Fine. I agree. I'll agree. She had underestimated Shangguanxi. She was a sly temptress. Look how she had bewitched her son. Such a person deserved no good end. In her mind, his mother cursed Shangguanxi 1,000 times over. Zuoling excitedly said, Mom, you really agree? Really? His mother continued nodding. When has Mom ever lied to you? Ling Ling, please give the knife to Mom. The fruit knife was brand new, extremely sharp. If it accidentally hurt Zuoling, that would be terrible. That wretch Shangguanxi would go to the 18th level of hell. Mom, you really aren't deceiving me. Zuoling was somewhat incredulous. Ling Ling, rest assured, Mom is not deceiving you, his mother said fervently. Zuoling then said, Mom, then swear to me, if you're lying, your son should never have a good death. Hearing this, his mother's brow twitched. This silly child. To joke about his own life for a woman. Damn wretch. Sly temptress. You declare it. Zuoling urged, implying strongly that if his mother didn't swear, he was ready to take his own life. Swear now. Zhuo Ling's father also urged his mother. Are you going to just watch Ling Ling hurt himself? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1036, a saying comes true at this point. Mothers will grudgingly raise 3 fingers. Fine, I swear. Seeing his mother had sworn the oath, Zhuo Ling then handed the knife to her. Taking the fruit knife, Mother Zhuo felt a sigh of relief. Zhuo Ling continued, Mom, don't worry, Xiaoxi is a very good girl. She will take good care of you and Dad in the future. Mother Zhuo sighed, what's the use of being filial? She can't even give birth to a son. Our Zhuo family will be ruined by that woman. And who knows whether she's genuinely filial or just pretending. How filial can someone be who's bewitched her own son into threatening his parents with his life? Mother Zhuo was now seething with suppressed anger. Just wait. Once that little bitch Shang Wanxi marries into our family, shall see how he'll deal with her. Zhuo Ling said with a smile, Mom, don't worry. After we get married, he'll have Xiaoxi quit her job to take care of you two at home, and then we can have 2 children. I guarantee every single one of them will be a boy. You guarantee? Mother Zhuo looked at Zhuo Ling, trying to suppress the fury in her heart. You talk nicely, but what can you guarantee with? You must have been bewitched by that woman. It's not like you can just say it and it happens. People like Shang Wanxi, you can just tell she won't give birth to a son. Zhuo Ling said with a smile, nowadays, with the advancement of science and technology, as long as one is 5 months pregnant, you can find out the gender of the baby. When Xiaoxi is pregnant, we'll go to the hospital to check. If it's a girl, we just abort it, right? In the 1980s, ultrasound was popular due to family planning reasons, and many families would go to unlicensed clinics to check the gender of the fetus during pregnancy. If it was a girl, they would abort it; if a boy, they would keep it. This laid a severe foreshadowing for the unbalanced gender ratio in later generations. Why would the dowry prices skyrocket in the future? Because there are fewer and fewer girls and more boys. Hearing this, Mother Zhuo's eyes lit up, really? Zhuo Ling nodded, would I lie to you? Mother Zhuo asked, how do you know this? Our co-worker Xiao Sun just ended up with a big fat boy. Didn't his wife first give birth to a little girl? I heard they aborted 5 times before finally having a boy. They had a son, but the daughter-in-law's health was destroyed. But compared to a son, what's a daughter-in-law worth? If a woman divorces, she won't have a good reputation, but if a man's wife dies, he can still remarry. Mother Zhuo was still a bit uneasy. Are you so certain that Shang Wanxi will agree to the abortion? Zhuo Ling said with a smile, once she's married into the Zhuo family, she'll belong to our household, and by then, she won't have a say in the matter. That's also true. Mother Zhuo nodded in satisfaction. As she finished speaking, Mother Zhuo continued, it's just that her family background is somewhat inferior. Honestly, I think Lai Bao is better. That kid Lai Bao. Mother Zhuo hadn't finished her sentence before Zhuo Ling interrupted her, Mom, please don't bring up that Chen Lai Bao again. Looking at someone like that just annoys me. I'm going back to my room to rest. Mother Zhuo watched Zhuo Ling's retreating back and sighed. Alright, don't be angry, Father Zhuo said, I think Ling Ling has gotten quite thinner these days. Don't we still have Bird's Nest at home? Go stew some to nourish him. Compared to getting angry, of course, their son's health was more important. Mother Zhuo hurried to the kitchen to stew Bird's Nest. At the Ni family. During dinner, Shang Wanxi announced to her family the news of Zhuo Ling's marriage proposal. Upon hearing this, there was a silence at the dinner table. Ni Zuhua looked at Shang Wanxi in surprise, Xiaoxi, you agreed. Shang Guanxi nodded. I think Zhuo Ling is a very good young man, so I agreed. She had not agreed to Zhuo Ling impulsively. She and Zhuo Ling had 3 years of emotional foundation, and now agreeing to the marriage proposal felt natural. Ni Yang looked up at Shang Guanxi. Sister Xiaoxi, with what did Zhuo Ling propose to you? Ni Yang was a bit afraid that Zhuo Ling had been a freeloader. Of course, a proposal can't be without a ring, Shang Guanxi replied. This answer was indeed beyond Ni Yang's expectation. It seemed that Zhuo Ling's character wasn't as bad as she had imagined. At least he used a ring to propose. She was really afraid that Zhuo Ling couldn't escape the nature of a scumbag and would resort to freeloading. What kind of ring is it? Show us, old lady Shangguan said somewhat discontentedly. Shangguanxi said with a smile, a very unique ring. Shangguanxi was not a materialistic girl to begin with, and she hadn't suffered when she was younger. She thought that the straw ring given by Zhuo Ling embodied the love mentioned in books. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1037, A Saying Comes True _2. Unique. This statement really whetted everyone's appetite. Shangguan Su looked at Shangguanxi. Could it be a pigeon's egg? Bigger than the one Dad gave Mom. When Shangguan Dehui proposed to Ni Tsuehua, he did buy a sizable diamond ring. Shangguanxi said speechlessly, Brother, you're so tacky. As she finished speaking, Shangguanxi took out a ring woven from wild grass from her pocket. This is the engagement ring Zhuo Ling gave me. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Su almost spat out the soup he had just swallowed. A ring made of grass. No one expected Zhuo Ling's engagement ring to be a grass-woven ring. Even Ni Yang was taken aback. She had thought that Zhuo Ling wasn't someone to bluff his way through, but it turned out he couldn't escape his scoundrel nature. Given Zhuo Ling's family background, even if he couldn't afford a pigeon's egg, he should have at least bought one made of gold. After all, Zhuo Ling was a minor official with a monthly salary of over 100 yuan. With the current cheap gold prices, 2 months' salary was enough to buy a very respectable gold ring. But Zhuo Ling didn't. This showed that Zhuo Ling didn't take Shangguanxi to heart at all. He was deceiving Shangguanxi, perhaps he just wanted to trick her into his grasp. Such a trifle fooled you. Shangguan Su picked up the ring in Shangguan Zai's hand, his face filled with incredulous laughter. Shangguanxi seriously said, Perhaps in your eyes, this is just worthless wild grass, but to me, it represents Zhuo Ling's true heart. His sincerity is priceless. Zhuo Ling's sincerity couldn't be measured with money. Ni Yang nodded slightly. Yeah, true love is priceless, I agree with Sister Xiaoxi. Yang. Ni Tsuhua looked at Ni Yang in surprise. Shangguanxi smiled and said, Yang, you understand me. Ni Yang held a high status in the family, and with her approval, Shangguanxi felt much more confident. But Sister Xiaoxi, the phrase true love is priceless also depends on the situation, Ni Yang continued. For instance, if someone comes from a poor background and has only 1 yuan but gives it all to you, and would do anything for you, that is true love. But if someone obviously has 100 yuan and isn't even willing to give you 1, that's not true love, that's just taking advantage of you. In Ni Yang's eyes, family background wasn't the issue. What mattered was character. As long as the Zhuo family had good character and Zhuo Ling was truly sincere towards Shangguanxi, everything else wasn't a problem. But now, Zhuo Ling was merely putting on an act for Shangguanxi. Hearing this, Shangguanxi was stunned. She had been immersed in love and had never considered this issue. Could it be that Zhuo Ling was really just acting? It surely wasn't. Shangguan Dehui nodded. I think Yang is right. Xiaoxi, it's clear from this proposal issue that Zhuo Ling is not sincere towards you. Old Lady Shangguan also nodded in agreement. I also think Yang Yang is right. Zhuo Ling is just trying to take advantage of you, who uses a grass-woven ring for a proposal. You guys aren't playing house as kids. What era is this to use a blade of grass to take a wife? Even decades ago, this wasn't done. Old Lady Jing added, Xiaoxi, you're not married yet and Zhuo Ling is already daring to deceive you like this. What will happen after marriage? Will he still regard you as a person? Shang Guanxi fell silent, not saying a word. Shang Guanxi, snap out of it. Don't let love blind you. That pretty boy Zhuo Ling is not worthy of my sister. Shang Guanxu flicked Shang Guanzai's forehead. Shang Guanzai's originally delightful mood was now washed away, leaving her somewhat depressed as she poked at the rice in her bowl. Saying less is more, as saying too much can backfire. Seeing Shang Guanxi like this, everyone else fell silent. It was just a precautionary shot for Shang Guanxi to brace herself mentally, so she wouldn't be overwhelmed by the truth when it came out. Meanwhile, at the Zhuo family's home, Mother Zhuo brought Zhuo Ling a bowl of bird's nest soup. Zhuo Ling sat up from his bed. Mom, where did this bird's nest come from? Their family was decently off, but bird's nest was still a bit extravagant. It was given by Lai Bao a few days ago, Mother Zhuo said. I just finished cooking it, eat it while it's hot. Zhuo Ling received the bowl with both hands and tasted it. It's quite fragrant. Could bird's nest not be fragrant? Mother Zhuo continued, I tell you, Lai Bao is a good girl, her family has money, and her parents are still young, they can earn for many more years. If she marries into our family, not to mention bird's nest, even if you wanted dragon meat from the heavens, Lai Bao would find a way to buy it for you. Look at what Shang Guanxi brought last time she visited our home, was she even half as sensible as Lai Bao? Bringing such cheap things on her first visit. How did her parents even raise her? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Ling placed the bowl on the bedstand. I am eating. Can't you give it a rest? Blabbering on, it's so annoying. Mentioning that Qin Lai Bao just ruins my appetite, I can't eat. Mother Zhuo, looking anxious, said, all right, I won't speak of it anymore, just eat. Mother Zhuo then picked up the bowl of bird's nest again. After Zhuo Ling finished the bird's nest, Mother Zhuo added, did I hear that you proposed to Shang Guanxi? How did you propose? You didn't borrow money from someone, did you? Where would Zhuo Ling get money for an engagement ring since he handed over his monthly salary to her? Zhuo Ling laughed, don't worry, your son is so outstanding, I didn't need a ring to propose, I won Shang Guanxi over with just a wildflower. Really? Mother Zhuo looked incredulous. Absolutely. Zhuo Ling boasted proudly, you should see who your son is. Mother Zhuo spoke again, that's true, thinking about Shang Guanzai's situation, she must be dying to pay you instead, getting a wildflower from you is already good enough. How could she even dream of anything else? Not to mention Qin Lai Bao, the Qin family's circumstances are certainly not poor, and yet Qin Lai Bao is still looking to win over Zhuo Ling. Who would blame her son for being competent? If Shang Guanxi was capable, she'd have men paying her instead. Zhuo Ling then asked, by the way, Mom, where did you store the leftover bird's nest? I placed it on the cabinet. Okay. Zhuo Ling nodded. The next morning, while Mother and Father Zhuo were out for a walk, Zhuo Ling secretly packed the remaining bird's nest into his bag and took it with him. Due to last night's ordeal, Shang Guanxi hadn't slept well and looked rather worn out by morning. During lunch, Zhuo Ling asked with concern, Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Shang Guanxi shook her head, it's nothing. Zhuo Ling held Shang Guanzai's hand and continued, by the way, Xiaoxi, have you told your uncle and aunt about us yet? Shang Guanxi shook her head, not yet, I think it's too soon. We've only just met the parents, should we rush into marriage? Shang Guanxi was very hesitant, she really liked Zhuo Ling, but she feared he was just appeasing her. What would she do if everyone's words turned out to be prophetic? Xiaoxi, we've known each other for 3 years. Don't you trust me yet? Or has someone been setting you against me? I hate to say it, but your family situation is really complicated, with stepmothers, stepsisters, and 2 elderly folks unrelated to you by blood. Xiaoxi, you're so kind, I worry they might deceive you. No one's stirring anything up, I just think it's too soon. They are all my family, they wouldn't deceive me. Shengguanxi never considered Ni Cuehua and the others as strangers. Zuoling sighed, Xiaoxi, you are too kind. By the way, I have something for you, guess what it is? What is it? Asked Shengguanxi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1038, Rather starved to death. Zuoling chuckled and said, guess. What is it, really? Shengguanxi was very curious. Could it be that Zuoling had bought her a ring? Zuoling took out the box he had prepared earlier. Seeing what was inside the box, Shengguanxi was stunned for a moment. Bird's nest. Zuoling nodded, yes, it's bird's nest. Bird's nest is a great thing, especially good for girls. Not only does it have beautifying effects, but it also nourishes yin and tonifies the lungs. I was actually thinking of buying you a ring, but then I thought, a ring is just for show and not really practical. It'd be better to improve your health, so I used the money for the ring to ask a friend to buy it from abroad. Zuoling's skill at deceit was profound. He could lie without batting an eyelid, making it seem as if the bird's nest really was something he had asked someone to buy abroad. He seemed to have completely forgotten who the real owner of this bird's nest was. Really? Shengguanxi was taken aback for a moment, not knowing quite how to feel. Last night, she hadn't slept at all because of the ring, and now it turned out that things weren't at all what she had imagined. So Zuoling had her best interests at heart. She had misunderstood Zuoling. For a moment, the look Shengguanxi gave Zuoling was filled with guilt. She felt she really owed Zuoling an apology. Zuoling was so good to her, yet she had doubted him. Zuoling smiled and said, I specially bought it for you, how could it be fake? Thank you, Zuoling. Shengguanxi's eyes reddened slightly as she embraced Zuoling. Silly girl, there's no need to be polite with me. Zuoling felt very pleased with himself. Over at the Zuo family, Zuo's mother was chatting with the neighbors about Zuoling's marriage proposal. Your Ling Ling must have spent quite a bit of money on the proposal, right? When my son proposed, he spent over 200 yuan on a ring, and that doesn't even include the bride price. Upon this topic, Zuo's mother's face beamed with pride. Not at all, our Ling Ling didn't spend a penny. Really? Everyone expressed their doubts. Zuo's mother continued, would I lie to you? The girl really likes our Ling Ling, she virtually wants to pay dowry to us. How could she dare to let our Ling Ling spend a penny? What if our Ling Ling doesn't want her anymore? As these words were spoken, who wouldn't envy Zuo's mother? How could she be so capable? To have such an outstanding son. Is Ling Ling's girlfriend the one who came last time? The tall, thin one. Yes, Zuo's mother nodded, that's her. Aunt Wu, you've seen her, right? I saw her last time she came over. The girl is very pretty, in her heart, Aunt Wu thought that while the girl was pretty, she seemed a bit simple-minded. Otherwise, why would she fall for Zuoling? Zuo's mother's smile was so broad it nearly stretched ear to ear. What's the use of being pretty? To tell you the truth, I actually prefer Chen Liebao. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Mama Ling, look who's coming. Aunt Wu pointed in the direction of the street corner. Zuo's mother turned her head to look, only to see the person walking towards them, laden with large and small packages, was none other than Chen Bao. "I won't keep you. I need to greet our future daughter-in-law." Suo's mother deliberately raised her voice when she said future daughter-in-law, because only in this way could Chen Bao hear her. Chen Bao did hear her and was delighted, which motivated her to carry the parcels to the Zuo family's home. "Auntie." Chen Bao was truly very plump, to the point that Suo's mother seemed almost non-existent next to her. Even a slight stomp of her foot gave the sensation of an earthquake. Suo's mother kindly said, "Lai Bao has come. Don't tire yourself, let Auntie carry those for you." Beads of sweat pooled on Chen Bao's forehead as she panted heavily. "No need, Auntie. I can carry them myself. They're too heavy for you to lift." Suo's mother said, "You're such a dutiful child, always bringing so many things whenever you come over. Your parents are so blessed to have such a good daughter like you. I don't have your parents' luck, having given birth to 7 daughters, each one more disobedient than the last." Despite her weight, Chen Bao was no fool. She knew Suo's mother was only after her possessions. But she just liked Suo Ling, had liked him since they were young. She was afraid that Suo's mother wouldn't want anything and, if she truly wanted nothing, Chen Bao would lose her advantage. So, she and Suo's mother each had their own agendas. Chen Bao said with a smile, "It's my duty to be dutiful to you. By the way, has Suo Ling not come back yet?" She had timed her visit with Suo Ling's usual time off from work. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1039. Rather starved to death, Suo's mother walked into the house with Chen Bao. "Lingling hasn't come back yet. You sit first, Auntie will go peel an apple for you to eat." "Thank you, Auntie." Chen Bao put the gift she had brought to one side. After a while, Suo Ling returned. When he saw Chen Bao sitting on the sofa, his face changed. "How did you get here?" He didn't even want to bother giving Chen Bao lip service. But Chen Bao didn't mind Suo Ling's attitude at all, stood up and said, "Suo Ling, you're back. Look what I brought you, a gift. This is a men's shirt I had my cousin bring back from abroad, and this, a Longines watch. I've heard many people like this watch these days." That watch, it seemed pretty nice, and as far as he knew, it was worth quite a bit of money. If he wore it to work, he would definitely look impressive. Not a single man doesn't love watches. The anger on Suo Ling's face disappeared all at once. Chen Bao observed the expression on Suo Ling's face and carefully said, "Shall I put it on for you?" Suo Ling didn't refuse Chen Bao. Chen Bao was overjoyed, immediately helped Suo Ling put on the watch. "Look how good this watch looks. By the way, I bought a women's one for Auntie too." "Really?" Suo Ling's mother came out of the kitchen. "Really?" Chen Bao took out another watch box from her bag. "Auntie, this is for you." Suo's mother was delighted. "Lai Bao, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Auntie will cook it for you." Chen Bao said with subtlety, "Anything Auntie cooks, I love to eat." "Auntie, let me help you cook too." Suo's mother refused. No need, you just sit in the living room and chat with Lingling, Auntie can handle it." Chen Bao continued, "By the way, Auntie, where's your nanny?" Suo's mother said, "She said there was something urgent back home and asked for leave a few days ago." Chen Bao nodded. "Oh, I see." Normally Suo Ling would certainly not be willing to sit on the sofa and chat with Chen Bao, this pigsy, but today was different. After all, he had just accepted Chen Bao's watch. What if Chen Bao got upset and regretted giving it? A true man can be flexible. "What TV do you want to watch?" Suo Ling picked up the remote control and asked for Chen Bao's preference. Chen Bao looked shy. whatever channel you tune to, I like to watch. Zhuo Ling felt goosebumps rise all over his skin. He really couldn't stand it. This Chen Liebao, although Zhuo Ling really disliked Chen Liebao, he still endured the nauseating feeling and randomly selected a channel. Chen Liebao now had no interest in watching TV, her gaze full of tenderness fixated on Zhuo Ling, as if she wished she could marry him and have kids right then and there. I need to use the bathroom. Zhuo Ling couldn't take it anymore and stood up from the sofa. I'll go too. Chen Liebao also stood up. I'm going to the bathroom, why are you following? Zhuo Ling turned to look at Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao said lovingly, I'm accompanying you. Zhuo Ling, fighting back the urge to vomit, quickly headed towards the bathroom and closed the door behind him. Zhuo Ling sat on the toilet for more than half an hour before he went to open the door. Zhuo Ling, are you okay? Zhuo Ling had thought Chen Liebao would have left. He wasn't careful and bumped into Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao stretched out her hand to hold Zhuo Ling's head. Zhuo Ling, how can you be so careless? Are you okay? Zhuo Ling's head was firmly pressed against her chest by Chen Liebao, and he was nearly suffocating. Let go. Let me go. An opportunity like this was rare, and Chen Liebao wasn't stupid. She had no intention of letting go. Chen Liebao was quite heavy and strong, how could Zhuo Ling compete with her? After a full 5 minutes, Chen Liebao finally let go. Zhuo Ling, are you okay? It was truly disgusting. How could Chen Liebao be so shameless? Zhuo Ling immediately covered his mouth and rushed to the bathroom to throw up. The sound of retching was loud, he wished he could vomit out everything he had eaten the night before. In no time, his face turned pale. Chen Liebao squatted beside Zhuo Ling. Zhuo Ling, are you okay? What's wrong? Why are you throwing up? Do you feel unwell? Do you need to see a doctor? Zhuo Ling was fuming inside, but he couldn't show it outwardly. I'm fine, I just need to lie down on the bed for a while. Please step aside. I'll help you to your room. No need. Zhuo Ling waved his hand, feeling like vomiting at the sight of Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao shook his head in frustration. Right, how could a sick person walk? I should carry you to the room. Hearing this, Zhuo Ling looked at Chen Liebao with a face full of terror. Before he could react, he was scooped up by Chen Liebao, as effortlessly as an eagle picking up a chick. After carrying Zhuo Ling to the room, Chen Liebao considerately covered him with a blanket and checked the temperature of his forehead with her hand. Zhuo Ling was nearly disgusted to death by Chen Liebao and finally couldn't take it anymore. Would you please leave? Are you sending me away? Chen Liebao looked at Zhuo Ling with a face full of hurt. Get out, don't make me repeat myself a third time. I'm going to rest now. Disgust was written all over Zhuo Ling's face. Chen Liebao looked at Zhuo Ling unwillingly, but I want to stay with you. I really like you, and you know it. Zhuo Ling looked at her coldly. Chen Liebao wasn't intimidated by Zhuo Ling's demeanor, if anything, she seemed even more smitten. She really liked Zhuo Ling too much. Zhuo Ling was speechless. He couldn't understand how someone could be so shameless. Didn't Chen Liebao know what she looked like? She, resembling Zhu Beiji, fancied him. She showed not the slightest self-awareness. Zhuo Ling suppressed the churning in his stomach, turned over, and faced away from Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao, with her hands propping up her chin, gazed at Zhuo Ling with infatuation, wishing she could burn 2 holes in his back. After a while, Mother Zhuo finished cooking and called them to eat. With a Zhu Beiji around, how could Zhuo Ling have an appetite? Mom, you all go ahead, I'm not hungry. Mother Zhuo knew Zhuo Ling disliked Chen Liebao, and his lack of appetite was due to his disgust for her. If you're not eating, so be it. Let's go, Liebao, we're going to eat. Chen Liebao was concerned for Zhuoling. How can you not eat? Man is iron, food is steel, you'll get hungry if you skip a meal. Zhuoling, come on, get up, let's eat together. I'm not eating. Zhuoling's attitude was somewhat unfriendly. Mother Zhua immediately snapped at Zhuoling, you child, how can you talk to Liebao like that? Chen Liebao waved her hand, it's fine, auntie, I just love Zhuoling's personality. This is what makes him so manly. Her last words came with a look of infatuation. Zhuoling couldn't take it anymore. He felt like he was going to be disgusted to death by Chen Liebao. This fatso. When was she going to stop? He couldn't stand it anymore. I said I'm not eating, aren't you annoying? Zhuoling couldn't help but shout. Chen Liebao clenched her hands into a fist. Oh. He's getting more and more manly. Zhuoling, Mother Zhua sported a proud grin. How could her son not be outstanding? Someone was even willing to chase after him with such fervor. Chen Liebao continued, Zhuoling, if you don't want to get out of bed to eat, that's okay. I'll bring the food over and feed you later. Feed him. He would rather starve than be fed by that fatso. Zhuoling was startled and immediately threw off the blanket, standing up from the bed, I'll go. All right. You just leave my house after you've finished eating. Meanwhile, at the Ni family's house. Shengwan she took out the bird's nest that Zhuoling had sent and showed it to Ni Tsuihua. Mom, we misunderstood Zhuoling yesterday, he isn't belittling me. Instead, he used the money for buying a ring to purchase bird's nest. He said that rings are flashy but of little substance, and it's better to buy bird's nest to nurture my health. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1040. Set a trap. Although these birds' nests aren't top grade, they're still imported from overseas and are much more expensive than a regular gold ring. With the Zhuo family's financial capability, for him to buy these birds' nests for Shengwan she was indeed quite remarkable. Could they really have misunderstood Zhuoling? For a moment, Ni Tsuihua wasn't quite clear about the truth. Are these birds' nests really from Zhuoling? Old lady Shengwan, holding little Ni Yun, came over from the other side. Really, Grandma? Shengwan she nodded her head, do I need to lie about something like this? Old lady Shengwan picked up a bird's nest and inspected it carefully. It couldn't be fake, could it? Grandma. Why don't you trust Zhuoling? Shengwan she said speechlessly, he's not the type of person to fool me with fake stuff. Right then, Ni Yen also walked in from outside. Shengwan she hurriedly waved to Ni Yen, Yang, come here for a second. Ni Yen walked over, what's up, Sister Xiaoxi? Shengwan she continued, Yang, do these birds' nests look fake to you? Ni Yen picked up a bird's nest, imported from Malaysia, they're not fake. Go ahead and eat them, birds' nests are very good for women. Hearing Ni Yan's response, Shengwan she felt relieved, see. I told you these birds' nests aren't fake. How could Zhuoling give me fake birds' nests? Zhuoling gave these. Ni Yan looked at Shengwan she somewhat surprised. She really hadn't expected Zhuoling to gift Shengwan she such precious items. That was really odd. Shengwan she quickly explained the reason to Ni Yan. Upon hearing this, Shengwan she raised her eyebrows slightly, Sister Xiaoxi, didn't you ever think that these birds' nests could have been given to Zhuoling by someone else, and he just passed them on to you? With Zhuoling's character, Ni Yan found it really hard to believe that he had bought these birds' nests to give to Shengwan she. Could a tight-fisted person pluck feathers? That's totally illogical. Impossible, Shengwan she said firmly, Zhuoling wouldn't deceive me. Ni Yan nodded, Sister Xiaoxi, it seems to me you're getting in deeper and deeper. It seems some things needed to be initiated earlier, Ni Yen squinted subtly. Shang Guanxi laughed, oh well, I just trust Wu Ling, just like you trust Imo-Chishin. A shallow dimple appeared on Ni Yan's face. If Imo-Chishin dares to deceive me like that, I'll smash his head in. Far away in a foreign land, attending a meeting, Imo-Chishin sneezed out of the blue. Who? Who was thinking of him? Could it be his wife? A faint smile curled up Imo-Chishin's lips, wrapping the outside snow and bringing a chilling cold. The people at the conference table shivered. Big boss. Please stop smiling. So terrifying. Shang Guanxi said, if our family's Wu Ling dares to deceive me, then I will also smash his head in. Ni Yen laughed, Sister Xiaoxi, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Don't worry, you'll never get to see it, Shang Guanxi said, smiling as she wrapped her arm around Ni Yen's shoulder. Ni Yen just smiled. After dinner, Ni Yen called Li Tong. Hello, Yang Yang. Li Tong's voice sounded very excited. Due to her flawless skin, having just received some money from her elders, how could she not be excited? She was so happy she could jump. Ni Yen continued, Tong Tong, are you free tomorrow morning? If you are, let's have coffee together. Ni Yen inviting her, even if she was busy, she had to make time. After all, Ni Yen was her god of wealth. Li Tong said, I have time, of course I have time. What time shall we meet tomorrow morning? Let's meet at 10, Ni Yen said. Okay, no problem. Don't miss it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1041, Appointment with Li Tong. One more update. After arranging it with Li Tong, Ni Yang hung up the phone. The next morning, Ni Yang drove to meet her. Truth be told, she didn't want to drive, but it was too cold now, and riding a bike would have taken courage. When she arrived, Li Tong was already there. Yang Yang, over here. Li Tong stood up and waved at Ni Yang. Ni Yang walked over with a smile, Tong Tong, how come you're so early? She was worried that Li Tong might wait for her, so Ni Yang had purposely come 10 minutes early, but Li Tong had arrived even earlier. Li Tong said, well, I have the day off today and nothing to do at home. Ni Yang handed the box she was holding to Li Tong, Tong Tong, this is the newest product from Frosty Jade Skin, why don't you try it out? New product. The mention of those 3 words lit up Li Tong's eyes. Frosty Jade Skin's products were in such high demand that ordinary people couldn't even buy the limited editions, let alone new ones. Wow! What's this new product? Is it a face mask? Li Tong immediately opened the packaging. Frosty Jade Skin already had a milk pearl powder face mask, but face masks didn't usually look like this, so Li Tong was very curious, wondering exactly what this was. Ni Yang explained with a smile, this is a snail essence eye mask, which can lighten crow's feet and under eye lines, as well as reduce dark circles. It is quite effective. Dark circles would appear from staying up late, and no matter how much foundation you applied, you couldn't completely cover them up. This eye mask was simply a savior for night owls. Good skincare products shouldn't stay the same forever, so recently, Frosty Jade Skin had not only added eye masks but had also launched several affordable skincare products. Of course, good things were meant to be shared. Eye mask. Do you use it on your eyes? Li Tong continued to ask. Exactly, Ni Yang nodded. Li Tong followed up, Yang Yang, thank you. How much is it? Although she hadn't used this eye mask yet, Li Tong was already a loyal fan of Frosty Jade Skin. She believed that Frosty Jade Skin wouldn't disappoint her. The eye mask must be really good. Ni Yang replied with a smile, this is a new product, currently in the trial phase. Just let me know how it works for you afterward, there's no need to pay. Li Tong wasn't the kind to take advantage, no way, Yang, I can't accept the eye mask if you're not taking the money. Ni Yang took a sip of coffee, Tong, if you really feel bad about it, then do me a favor instead. What favor? Just tell me, said Li Tong. Ni Yang began speaking softly. Hearing this, Li Tong patted her chest and said, no problem, leave it to me. I promise I'll take care of it. Then I'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble at all, Li Tong continued, Yang, if you ever need help with anything in the future, just let me know. Since she wasn't working today, She spent time on a date with Zhuoling brought up marriage again. Regarding the matter of marriage, she was also somewhat at a loss. After all, it was a commitment for a lifetime, and she wanted to think it over properly. Xiaoxi, do you not love me? Zhuoling asked. She replied, no, I love you very much. Zhuoling, why would you think that? Zhuoling continued, if you love me, why won't you marry me? Especially since you've already accepted my proposal. Zhuoling was anxious. The longer the delay, the more likely it was that she might be snatched away by Wu Qinjun. She thought for a moment and then said, Zhuoling, this is a matter for a lifetime. I need to discuss it with my family and prepare a lot of things. Have you already discussed it with your uncle and aunt? Zhuoling replied, my parents really like you, they can't wait for me to marry you. There's no need for discussion, they are just waiting for your response now. After all, he had even threatened with his own life once, so his parents didn't dare to disagree. She said, don't worry, Zhuoling, I'll pick a good day soon to talk to them about this, and I promise you won't have to wait too long. She was in a hurry too. Her family had many misconceptions about Zhuoling and continuously disapproved of her marrying him. Was she supposed to secretly take her household registration book and sneak off to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register? But doing so would surely anger her parents once they found out. Hearing she say this, Zhuoling no longer pressured her, then I'll wait for your good news. She nodded. Zhuoling continued, by the way, Xiaoxi, I had a friend bring back a gift for you from abroad again. What gift? She asked, her face alight with surprise. This time Zhuoling didn't let she guess and directly pulled a beautifully wrapped gift box from his pocket. Xiaoxi, why don't you open it and see? As instructed, she opened the gift box and saw, nestled in the red velvet, a gorgeous Longines watch. Do you like it? Zhuoling asked. To ordinary people, a Longines watch was extremely luxurious, but for she, it was hardly worth mentioning. For example, the foreign brand watch on Zai's wrist was more than 100 times more expensive than the Longines. Unfortunately, Zhuoling didn't realize the worth and thought she was wearing a no-name watch. Still, since the watch represented Zhuoling's sentiments, she exclaimed with delight, I love it. Thank you so much, Zhuoling. A Longines watch cost over 200 yuan, and although it wasn't expensive, it at least proved Zhuoling's sincerity toward her. Just as Ni Yang had said. If a person has 1 yuan and is willing to give it all to you, that's real love. Real love is priceless. Zhuoling earned only a bit over 100 yuan a month, yet he was willing to give her a watch worth over 200 yuan, that was real love. She was overjoyed to have found such a good man in this lifetime. Let me help you put it on, Zhuoling continued. She nodded and took off the watch she was wearing to pocket it. With disdain, Zhuoling said, Xiaoxi, that watch of yours is all worn out. Why keep it? Just throw it away. Shangguanshi replied, "This watch was a gift from my dad, it holds special meaning." Zuoling nodded, "I see it's from your father, then it shouldn't be thrown away." After helping Shangguanshi put on the watch, he raised his own left hand and said, "Look, Xiaoxi, now our watches even match." Shangguan's eyes' smile grew even more joyful. Wearing the watch Zuoling had given her, the thought of marrying him grew increasingly stronger. Shangguanshi had made up her mind. If her family still didn't approve, she would be bold for once. Zuoling was such a good person, she believed her family would understand her. Zuoling dropped Shangguanshi off at her home, then headed to his own place. As soon as he got home, Mother Zhua asked with a stern face, "Lingling, did you take my watch?" That watch had been a gift from Chen Liebao to her, and she hadn't even had the chance to wear it before it disappeared. Zuoling nodded, "Yes, what about it? What did you take my watch for?" Mother Zhua demanded. Zuoling sat down on the couch, "I gave it to Xiaoxi." "What?" Mother Zhua nearly shrieked. He had given it to Shangguanshi. He had actually given that expensive watch to that little bitch. Do you know how much that watch cost? Mother Zhua's face turned red with anger. Without a care, Zuoling picked up an apple. "It's just a watch, right? Is it worth all this fuss? Besides, Xiaoxi is not an outsider, she's about to marry into our family. That watch costs over 200 yuan. Over 200 yuan. I couldn't even bring myself to wear it, and there you go, giving it to that little bitch without even blinking an eye." They weren't even married yet, and her son was already so enamored with that little bitch. What would happen if they did get married? Go right now and get that watch back from that little bitch. Go now. Mother Zhuo pushed Zuoling toward the door. Speechless, Zuoling said, "Mom, is it really worth it? I'm your son. Do I mean less to you than a watch?" Mother Zhuo yelled, "It's my watch. What gives you the right to give it to that little bitch? If you don't want to get it, then I will go to that little bitch myself and get it. That damned little bitch, daring to take her things." Zuoling continued, "Mom, calm down. Xiaoxi is going to marry into our family soon, we can just have her return the watch later. Right now it's not going to happen, we're at a critical point. If you screw up our affair at this time, then I might as well be dead." After saying that, Zuoling casually picked up the fruit knife on the table, appearing as if he were about to commit suicide. Mother Zhuo was terrified, her face turning deathly pale. "Lingling, drop the knife. Put down the knife." Zuoling placed the fruit knife down. "Mom, don't worry. Once Xiaoxi steps into our home, you can treat her however you want, and I won't stop you. But not now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1042, Beauty Trap, Second Update. He had to appease Shangguanshi properly now. If he ruined the relationship at this time, wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? With suppressed frustration, Mother Zhuo said, "Fine, fine, fine. I won't look for her." "Is that not enough if I don't look for her?" Zuoling responded with satisfaction, "If you had acted like this earlier, I wouldn't have needed to get involved." At that moment, a voice came from the kitchen, "Wife, where did you put our bird's nest?" Birds' nests usually have some feathers, so the task of picking them fell to Father Zhuo. Hearing the words, "bird's nest," Zuoling's brow twitched, and the apple in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. Mother Zhuo said, "Isn't it on top of the cabinet? Look carefully. There's nothing. I only found an empty box." Father Zhuo replied. Mother Zhuo, already full of anger and nowhere to vent it, snapped, "You useless idiot. You can't even find something as big as a bird's nest. What can you even do properly? Father Zhuo replied grievously, there really is only an empty box. Just then, Zhuo Ling continued, Mom, I took the bird's nest. You took it? Mother Zhuo looked at Zhuo Ling in surprise. What did you need the bird's nest for? As soon as she finished speaking, Mother Zhuo realized, oh no. You didn't take our family's bird's nest to give to that little bitch, did you? By the last sentence, Mother Zhuo's voice had changed. Zhuo Ling nodded, yeah. Mother Zhuo really wanted to slap Zhuo Ling to death, but looking at her beloved son's face, she couldn't bring herself to do it and instead took out her anger on Father Zhuo. You useless idiot. Look at your great son. Oh my God. My bird's nest. The bird's nest I couldn't bear to eat myself was wasted on that little bitch. Mother Zhuo hit and punched Father Zhuo. She was furious. Father Zhuo was so angry he wanted to scold Zhuo Ling, but he couldn't bring himself to do it and had to suppress his anger. That night, when it was time to sleep, Mother Zhuo felt more and more uneasy as she kept tossing and turning. She was heartbroken. There might be a chance to get the watch back, but not the bird's nest. Who knows, the bird's nest might have already ended up in that little bitch's stomach. Sleep, just sleep, Father Zhuo said helplessly, it's gone, let it be. Anyway, the Lai Bao family is rich, so we'll just ask Lai Bao to give us another one later. Mother Zhuo responded angrily, Lai Bao is not a fool. Our Lingling is about to marry that little bitch, would Lai Bao still send stuff to our house? Father Zhuo then suggested, then we'll just have to deceive Lai Bao, it's not like they are getting married right away. Mother Zhuo thought this was a good idea and paid a visit to Chen Lai Bao's house the next day. That visit indeed proved to be very fruitful. Morning Light Group. When lunchtime arrived, Zhuo Ling was anxious to meet Shang Guanxi, and he hurried to the cafeteria. He accidentally bumped into someone. And it was a beauty. Ouch! Are you blind? I'm so sorry, are you alright? Zhuo Ling immediately apologized. He knew this beauty, her name was Li Tong, and she worked in the department next door. It was said that Li Tong's family had a powerful background and had connections with the company's CEO, which was why she managed to have an office job. Li Tong looked up, saw Zhuo Ling's face, and froze, a blush coloring her cheeks. It's okay. Zhuo Ling also froze. As an experienced player in love games, he knew exactly why Li Tong was blushing. It was clearly the look of a young girl struck by love. Could it be that Li Tong had fallen for him? He was so handsome, youthful, and promising, with a high education level, it was completely normal for Li Tong to fall for him. Zhuo Ling's heart raced. You see, Li Tong had far better qualifications than Shang Guanxi. Shang Guanxi had only her looks. Li Tong had the looks, the body, the education, not to mention her family background. Shang Guanxi couldn't compare to even 1/10,000th of Li Tong. Zhuo Ling hadn't even come back to his senses when he heard Li Tong ask, "What's your name? I don't think I've seen you before." Hearing this, Zhuo Ling pointed to his work badge and said, "I'm Zhuo Ling." Li Tong nodded, "I'm Li Tong, just call me Tong Tong." Tong Tong. Zhuo Ling's heart immediately fluttered. A woman wanting to be addressed so intimately clearly meant something significant. "I have to go ahead for something else," Li Tong said, then walked in a different direction. Zhuo Ling wanted to follow her but was afraid of being too forward, so he stared at Li Tong's back for a long time. Li Tong was beautiful and had a particularly cold demeanor. Several male colleagues in the office had tried to pursue her but all had eventually given up. Over time, no one dared to pursue Li Tong anymore. Zhuo Ling hadn't expected Li Tong to treat him differently. The more Zhuo Ling thought about it, the more excited he became, so much so that he was distracted while having dinner with Shang Guanxi. As they ate, Shang Guanxi said, "Zhuo Ling, I mentioned us to my parents last night, but they seem to misunderstand you and temporarily don't approve of our relationship. I'm so sorry. Shang Guanxi felt very guilty, as Zhuo Ling had been waiting for her, but she kept disappointing him. Zhuo Ling must be very upset right now. Zhuo Ling said, it's okay, it's okay. Seeing Zhuo Ling like this, Shang Guanxi thought he was angry and continued, Zhuo Ling, I've made up my mind, they'll sneak our household registration book from home. Let's quietly go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and register our marriage. Oh, okay. Zhuo Ling nodded absent-mindedly, then suddenly realized something was off. No. Xiaoxi, what did you just say? Had Zhuo Ling been too excited and hallucinated? Shang Guanxi repeated what she had just said with a smile. What? Register for marriage. Zhuo Ling was startled and accidentally knocked over the soup bowl on his dinner tray, spilling the pork rib soup all over the table. Shang Guanxi quickly stood up to wipe the table. How about it? Are you really excited now? Shang Guanxi thought that Zhuo Ling must be too excited about the news. In fact, had he not met Li Tong an hour before, Zhuo Ling would indeed have been very excited. After all, he had always wanted to marry Shang Guanxi. But not now. Not that he never would, but at least he had no immediate thoughts of getting married. Because he was unsure whether Li Tong was really interested in him. If Li Tong really liked him, and he was already married to Shang Guanxi, wouldn't he miss out on Li Tong? Therefore, he couldn't register the marriage with Shang Guanxi for the time being. Zhuo Ling gathered his thoughts and then said, Xiaoxi, I think matters of marriage still need the approval of our parents. After all, they have worked hard to raise you, and it wouldn't be fair to them if we were to act this way, would it? Before he pursued Li Tong, Zhuo Ling wouldn't easily break up with Shang Guanxi. What if he hastily broke up with Shang Guanxi, but Li Tong didn't like him? Wouldn't it all be in vain? After speaking, Zhuo Ling added, Xiaoxi, misunderstandings are okay. I believe I can clear up your uncle and aunt's misunderstandings about me with sincerity. Registering hastily not only disheartens the elders but also makes them feel that I am unreliable. Xiaoxi, I don't want to put you in a difficult position, I am willing to wait. Zhuo Ling spoke righteously, and Shang Guanxi was very moved. She hadn't expected Zhuo Ling to consider her perspective to such an extent. It seems they had misunderstood Zhuo Ling before. Shang Guanxi suddenly felt very sorry for Zhuo Ling. Zhuo Ling, thank you. Thank you for thinking so much for me. Actually, I still have something I've been hiding from you. Lovers shouldn't keep secrets. She shouldn't have hidden her family background from Zhuo Ling. She should be honest with Zhuo Ling. Just then, Zhuo Ling suddenly saw Li Tong. Li Tong was walking this way. He absolutely couldn't let Li Tong see him with Shang Guanxi. Zhuo Ling suddenly stood up and said, Xiaoxi, I suddenly feel a bit unwell, I'm going back to the office. Hearing that Zhuo Ling felt unwell, Shang Guanxi said with a concerned face, Zhuo Ling, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? No, I'm fine, Zhuo Ling continued, I'll just rest at the office for a bit. Don't follow me, go ahead and eat. As he finished speaking, Zhuo Ling ran off like a shot. Shang Guanxi didn't think much of it, assuming Zhuo Ling was just concerned she hadn't eaten enough. Back at the office, Zhuo Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Li Tong hadn't seen him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain. That evening after work, afraid of being seen by Li Tong, Zhuo Ling made an excuse to work overtime and sent Shang Guanxi home first. The next morning, when Zhuo Ling showed up at the office again, he was startled. Because Li Tong had been transferred to their office. Upon seeing Zhuo Ling, Li Tong turned towards him and took the initiative to greet him. Zhuo Ling, good morning. We're in the same office now, I'm sitting right next to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1043, Zhuoling is hooked, Part 3. Zhuoling looked at the enthusiastic Li Tong and thought he must be hallucinating. The aloof and stunning Li Tong was actually taking the initiative to greet him. Zhuoling felt countless envious gazes turning towards him. Oh my god! He couldn't be dreaming, could he? Zhuoling pinched the inside of his thigh hard. Ouch! It hurt. He wasn't dreaming. Zhuoling looked up at Li Tong, Tong. Li Tong smiled slightly. Please enlighten me on work-related matters in the future. Of course, Zhuoling nodded. If you have any questions about work, just ask me. Thank you, Zhuoling. Li Tong casually picked up a paper bag from the desk. To thank you, I'm treating you to breakfast. Zhuoling sheepishly accepted the breakfast bag. When a woman takes the initiative to show favor to a man, her intentions are all too obvious. Li Tong must have fallen for him. Maybe she even moved here for him. Zhuoling thought smugly to himself. During the lunch break, Li Tong went to talk with other female colleagues, while a few male colleagues surrounded Zhuoling. Zhuoling, you dog. You even tamed a beauty like Li Tong. Zhuoling, share some tips with us. Exactly, you can't keep these tips to yourself. You have to share with us all, so we can all win a beauty. Zhuoling was very pleased inside, but he feigned humility. Actually, I didn't do much. Maybe I just happened to be the type Li Tong likes. Zhuoling, you can't be serious. Are you still hiding something? Another colleague chimed in, hey, do you guys know who Li Tong is? She's the factory manager's niece. The factory manager's niece. Zhuoling looked at the colleague who spoke in surprise, really? Although he knew there was some connection between Li Tong and the factory manager, he didn't know Li Tong was actually the niece of the factory manager. Their factory manager was in her 50s, still unmarried, without any children of her own. If Li Tong really was her niece, then she was almost like a daughter to her. After the factory manager passes away, the factory would belong to Li Tong. Of course it's true. I once saw Li Tong come out of the factory manager's office, calling her auntie. Now, isn't that proof enough that she is the niece? As soon as others heard that Li Tong was the manager's daughter, their expressions changed as well, their eyes revealing even more evident envy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Zhuoling, you can't forget us when you make it big. Zhuoling, you must have stepped in a fortune to be seen differently by the future factory manager. Zhuoling, you've got to seize the opportunity, humor Li Tong well, and you could be the future factory manager. Everyone was saying their piece, and Zhuoling was also extremely excited. Just like everyone said, if he really married Li Tong, then he wouldn't just be the son-in-law of the factory manager, he would be the future factory manager. In the future, the thousands of people in the factory would be under his command. No. He had to seize the opportunity that lay before him. It seemed that these days he needed to maintain a proper distance from Shang Guanxi. He couldn't let Li Tong find out anything. Shang Guanxi had clearly felt Zhuoling distancing himself from her these past days. During lunch, he wouldn't come to the cafeteria but ate in the office instead, and after work, he didn't wait for her anymore. What was wrong with him? Could it be because of the marriage matter? He was angry. Shang Guanxi stood in front of the window, letting out a deep sigh, and just then, she was embraced from behind. Zhuoling. Shang Guanxi turned around in surprise, and the person was indeed Zhuoling. Zhuoling said, Xiaoxi, we've been really busy in our department recently. I'm sorry I've neglected you. Li Tong had taken the day off and wasn't at the factory, so Zhuoling dared to be so bold. Moreover, he had been estranged from Shang Guanxi for such a long time. If the estrangement continued, what if Shang Guanxi was deceived by someone else? Besides, Zhuoling hadn't confirmed his relationship with Li Tong yet. He couldn't afford to give up the sesame for the sake of the watermelon, ending up seeing neither the watermelon nor the sesame. One must always be prepared for both possibilities. The gloom of several days instantly vanished with Zhuo Ling's explanation. Shang Guanxi smiled and said, "It's okay, work is important. I thought you were angry with me." In his heart, Zhuo Ling chuckled at how silly Shang Guanxi was, but sweetly said on the surface, "How could I be? Xiaoxi, you are the one I love the most, how could I be mad at you?" Shang Guanxi's face blushed a bit and she pushed Zhuo Ling away. "Don't be like this. I'm telling the truth." Zhuo Ling declared with conviction, "In my heart, no one is more important than you." "Right, tomorrow is Saturday, let's go see a movie together. Before the movie, let's go out to eat first." Shang Guanxi nodded, "All right, I just so happen to have something to discuss with you this Saturday." Shang Guanxi didn't want to keep hiding it from Zhuo Ling any longer. She trusted Zhuo Ling. He wasn't the kind of person who cared about family background. The next day was Saturday. Zhuo Ling arrived early at the spot he had arranged with Shang Guanxi but found Li Tong there instead. This made Zhuo Ling anxious. What if Li Tong saw him with Shang Guanxi? No, he couldn't let Shang Guanxi come over now. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could put on a good show in front of Li Tong. Zhuo Ling quickly found a phone and called Shang Guanxi. "Hey, Xiaoxi, something came up today. My mom isn't feeling well, and I have to take her to the hospital, so I can't meet you. Sorry, let's go watch a movie next week instead." Upon hearing this, Shang Guanxi became very nervous. "Is Auntie okay? Which hospital are you at? I can come over and visit." As a girlfriend, she naturally had to visit when her boyfriend's mother was sick, bring some good nourishing gifts to make up for her previous rudeness, and also take the opportunity to foster a good mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Zhuo Ling continued, "Xiaoxi, it's not necessary to go through all that trouble. My mom, she doesn't have a serious problem. It's cold now, and there are many germs in the hospital. If my mom transferred her illness to you, then I'd be the guilty one. Just take good care of yourself at home for now. I have to go now, bye." Shang Guanxi wanted to say more, but the call had already been disconnected. He was in such a rush. But thinking that Zhuo Ling's intentions were for her own good, Shang Guanxi's heart grew sweet as honey. After hanging up, Shang Guanxi thought she shouldn't keep Zhuo Ling waiting any longer. She had to quickly get her family's approval for her marriage to Zhuo Ling. To win over her family, she had to first convince Grandma Shangguan. Once Grandma Shangguan gave her approval, nobody would dare to object. Thinking this way, Shangguanxi brewed 2 cups of ginseng tea and headed to Grandma Shangguan's room. Since it was Saturday, Grandma Shangguan was sitting on the couch chatting with Shangguan Furong. "Grandma, Aunt Furong, this is the ginseng tea I've just made. Aren't you going out to have fun today, Xiaoxi?" Shangguan Furong asked with a smile. Shangguanxi smiled. "I was planning to go see a movie with Zhuo Ling, but his mother suddenly got sick, so we cancelled today's date." Shangguan Furong took a sip of the ginseng tea. "Xiaoxi, are you and Zhuo Ling still dating?" "Yes," Shangguanxi nodded. "This child is too stubborn. Everyone in the family says that Zhuo Ling isn't suitable, but she is set in her ways." Grandma Shangguan turned to Shangguan Furong. "Furong, do you know what Zhuo Ling proposed to Xiaoxi with?" Thinking of this, Grandma Shangguan's heart filled with indignation. She could rant about it to Shangguan Furong for days on end. Shangguan Furong responded with surprise, "My goodness. Zhuo Ling has proposed." "Yes, he did." Grandma Shangguan continued, "This scatterbrained niece of yours agreed too. Xiaoxi, bring out the engagement ring Zhuo Ling gave you, let Aunt Furong have a look." Shangguanxi said, exasperatedly, "Grandma, why do you still remember this? Didn't Zhuo Ling already buy me bird's nest? Besides, he also gave me a watch later on." Shangguan Furong was confused. "Mom, Xiaoxi, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Grandma Shengwan recounted the whole incident to Shengwan Furong. After understanding the full story, Shengwan Furong said, "Xiaoxi, your grandma is right, you are too naive. I think this Suo Ling is trying to pull a fast one. But in the end, he still bought me bird's nest and a watch." Shengwan she protested. "Xiaoxi, you are just too young," Shengwan Furong continued, "marriage is a lifelong matter, how could you be so hasty in deciding? Besides, look at the young ladies around you, besides you, who is wearing a ring made of wild grass. From this, it's clear that Suo Ling doesn't value you at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1044, It's Always Crazy Once, Part 4. Upon finishing her words, Shengwan Furong continued, "Moreover, I suspect that those birds' nests and watches weren't even bought by him. A man who can use wild grass to propose, what else can't he do? If the Zhuo family couldn't afford a ring, that would be one thing, but money is certainly not an issue for them, which indicates that Suo Ling doesn't really care about Shengwan Shi. What kind of good life can you expect with a man who doesn't hold you in his heart? Little aunt, Suo Ling really isn't like that, I've known him for 3 whole years. And I also feel that a ring is not practical, it just gets in the way when worn on the hand. Compared to that, she preferred birds' nests and watches." Shengwan Furong helplessly shook her head, "Xiaoxi, I think you're completely bewitched." Madame Shengwan picked up the conversation, "Xiaoxi, not only does your little aunt disagree with you being with Suo Ling, but even your great-aunt thinks that there's a big problem with Suo Ling's character. The whole family opposed this marriage, and only Shengwan she herself couldn't see the actual truth. Perhaps this is what it means to be blind when you're involved in the situation." Shengwan she said very firmly, "I don't care. I just want to marry Suo Ling." "I don't agree," Madame Shengwan was just as firm, "Xiaoxi, your mother passed away early, and I have a responsibility towards you. I can't just watch you jump into a pit of fire with my own eyes." "Grandma, please," Shengwan she clung to Madame Shengwan's arm, nearly in tears, "Suo Ling and I truly love each other, he's not a pit of fire. Please bless us." Madame Shengwan was no fool, she knew she couldn't afford to be soft-hearted at this time. Because Suo Ling was not a good man. At the side, Shengwan Furong tried to persuade Shengwan Shi, "Xiaoxi, your grandmother is only thinking of your best interests. We won't speak of family backgrounds, but just consider Suo Ling's character, he's not worthy of you. And besides, his family situation is too complicated, with 7 sisters. If you really marry him, you're going to regret it one day." Although Suo Ling claimed that his family didn't favor boys over girls, Shengwan Furong felt he was lying. How could such a family not favor boys? "No, I won't regret it." Shengwan she continued, "And there's no problem with Suo Ling's character at all. Everything he does is for my sake. He has my best interests at heart." Shengwan Furong shook her head helplessly. "Grandma, I beg you, I've never asked you for anything from when I was small until now, this is the first time, please agree, will you? All those in love are the same, they long to be with the one they love and pray for their family's blessing. The so-called feelings of happiness and sweetness fill their hearts completely, making them deaf and blind to everything else. They focus solely on being with their loved one, unafraid of even a future of hardship and darkness. Shengwan she was a prime example. She was someone who would disregard everything for love. In life, you have to be crazy at least once. Madame Shengwan understood Shengwan Zai's nature well. If she were to refuse outright, she feared that Shengwan she might do something extreme. She sighed and said, "Xiaoxi, let me think about it." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Shengwan Zai's eyes, Grandma, do you agree? Madame Shangwan said, I can't give you an answer just yet whether I agree or not. I'll let you know when I've made up my mind. As long as Madame Shangwan was willing to compromise, it meant there was still hope for the matter. Shangwan, she said with a smile, then, Grandma, you must think it over. Zuoling really is an outstanding grandson-in-law, I'll never regret marrying him. All right, Madame Shangwan waved her hand, go on out, I have some things to discuss with your little aunt. As she spoke, Shangwan she turned and walked out, I'll go then. Whenever you're ready, Grandma, just let me know. After Shangwan she had left, Madame Shangwan sighed, this child, Xiaoxi, is really becoming more and more like her mother. Su Fan, back then, was even crazier than Shangwan Shi. They were both people who would do anything for love. Shangwan Furong nodded and sighed, yes, Xiaoxi has grown up so fast, but some things feel like they only happened yesterday. As she spoke, Shangwan Furong's tone changed as she continued, but Mom, do you really plan on agreeing to Xiaoxi and Zuoling being together? Do you think I, as her grandmother, could just watch her jump into a pit of fire? Madame Shangwan retorted. Is this a delaying tactic? Shangwan Furong asked. Madame Shangwan nodded, Xiaoxi can be quite extreme sometimes. If I didn't say it this way, I'm afraid she would do something earth-shattering. Shangwan Furong sighed softly, but this can't continue forever. You can't keep dragging it out, can you? Madame Shangwan looked up at the window, let's wait until Yang Yang comes back tonight, then I'll discuss it with her. That child is the cleverest when it comes to ideas. Later that night, when Ni Yang came back, Madame Shangwan eagerly pulled Ni Yang into her room to talk about Shangwan Zai's situation. Upon hearing it all, Ni Yang said with a smile, Grandma, you don't need to worry about this matter. I believe that in a few days, Sister Xiaoxi will break up with Zuoling on her own. Really? Lady Shangwan couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at Ni Yang. Ni Yang nodded slightly, really? Yang, do you know something? Or did you do something? Lady Shangwan asked out of curiosity. Ni Yang responded with a mysterious smile, it was just a little trick. Ni Yang trusted herself, and she trusted Li Tong. Hearing this, Lady Shangwan instantly felt relieved and said with a smile, Yang, with your words, I can rest easy. The next day was Sunday, and Ni Tsuehua and Shangwan Dehui went to the orphanage as usual. Time flew by, and another week passed. That week, Zuoling was still incredibly busy, so busy that he barely had the time to see Shangwan Shi. Today was an exception. Zuoling, afraid that Shangwan Shi might suspect something, said first, Xiaoxi, have you and your family discussed our marriage? Upon mentioning this, Shangwan Shi looked at Zuoling with a face full of guilt, I'm so sorry, Zuoling, for making you wait so long. I've already talked to my grandmother, but she hasn't given me an answer yet. Zuoling took Shangwan Zai's hands and spoke tenderly, it's okay, Xiaoxi, I understand you, and I can wait for you. On closer inspection, Shangwan Shi was actually even more beautiful than Li Tong. But Li Tong was better at dressing up. Each had their own merits, and if possible, Zuoling truly wished he could have them both. Unfortunately, that was not possible. If only Shangwan Shi had a background like Li Tong. Then he would definitely choose Shangwan Shi. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Shangwan Shi was just a country girl. Zuoling no longer wanted to play act with Shangwan Shi, especially since Li Tong was now more important, but he had already wasted a full 3 years on Shangwan Shi and recently even gave her bird's nest and a watch. These gifts couldn't just be for nothing, and those 3 years couldn't have been wasted. So, he wanted to extract some interest from Shangwan Shi. How? Of course, by sleeping with Shangwan Shi. During their years together, aside from occasionally holding hands, they hadn't even shared a kiss. Zhuo Ling's calculating mind was working overtime, but Sheng Wanshi was completely unaware that she had become prey in Zhuo Ling's trap. Xiaoxi, do you have time this Saturday? Yes, Sheng Wanshi nodded. Zhuo Ling followed up, then let's meet at the cafe under the blossom on Saturday. Okay, Zhuo Ling, don't worry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer on Saturday, and on that day, I also have a long-hidden secret to tell you. This secret was something Sheng Wanshi had intended to reveal to Zhuo Ling the previous week, but it was postponed due to his mother falling ill. Ordinarily, Zhuo Ling would have been curious about Sheng Wanzai's secret, but today, he was not curious at all. The person he wanted to marry wasn't Sheng Wanshi, so naturally, he had no interest in her secrets. In fact, if Zhuo Ling had asked now, Sheng Wanshi would have told him about the issue with her family background. Because she felt guilty towards Zhuo Ling. Unfortunately, Zhuo Ling didn't ask. It didn't matter if he didn't ask, she would personally come clean on Saturday. After exchanging a few words with Sheng Wanshi, Zhuo Ling returned to his office. As soon as he had settled into his seat, Li Tong leaned over to ask him a question. Zhuo Ling could distinctly smell the fragrance of Li Tong's perfume, and it immediately stirred his desires. When he returned home in the evening, his mother came to him again, speaking ill of Sheng Wanshi. She hoped her son would give up on Sheng Wanshi and marry Chen Liebao. Zhuo Ling said with a smile, "Mom, I think you're right, Sheng Wanshi really isn't my match." "Oh my dear son, you've finally come to your senses." His mother said excitedly, "Then tomorrow, I will go to the Liebao family and settle things between you and Liebao." Zhuo Ling continued, "Chen Liebao isn't my match either." "Mom, you're underestimating your son. Compared to Li Tong, what was Chen Liebao worth? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Upon reading the note, she found that Zhuo Ling actually had arrived earlier, but had to cancel their meeting due to an unforeseen emergency. Sheng Wanshi sighed in disappointment. She had even planned a surprise for Zhuo Ling. Such unexpected turns of fate. It looked like they wouldn't be able to register their marriage today, and she wasn't even sure if Zhuo Ling would be available tomorrow. With a gloomy face, Sheng Wanshi left the cafe, her good mood from the morning completely gone. Having wandered aimlessly around the streets for several laps, she was just about to head home when a car suddenly stopped in front of her. The car window slowly rolled down to reveal a stunningly beautiful face. It was Ni Yang. Yang. Sheng Wanshi looked at Ni Yang in surprise. During the car ride, the two chatted and decided to head to the biggest mall in Beijing. The mall was bustling, filled with the festive spirit as the new year approached. "Yang, what kind of clothes do you want to buy?" asked Sheng Wanshi, linking arms with Ni Yang. Ni Yang looked around, definitely a Cheongsam. Cheongsams were versatile. They could be paired beautifully with long down jackets or long wool coats. Sheng Wanshi said with a smile, "I envy you. You can wear a Cheongsam anytime." She too wished to wear Cheongsams, but she didn't think she had the figure for it. Cheongsams were extremely picky, not just in terms of facial appearance but also body type, especially the latter. Even the slightest flaw could be accentuated. Yang. Another voice echoed through the air. Ni Yang looked up to see it was Du Jiao, Sister Jiao. "Hey pretty Xiaoxi, shopping for clothes too?" Du Jiao came over with a smile. Ni Yang nodded, "Yes, Sister Jiao, are you also here to shop? Why don't we shop together?" "Of course, I was just about to say that." Their jovial conversation caught the eye of Wu Yenyun, who was also there to shop. Normally, she would have greeted Du Jiaojiao, but with Ni Yang present, she chose to ignore Du Jiaojiao. From Du Jiaojiao's perspective, she could detect Wu Yanyan's evasive gaze. "Pretty lady, what's going on with you and Yanyan?" "Ah." Ni Yang was taken aback. She had never discussed matters concerning Wu Yanyan with anyone, so how could Du Jiaojiao know about it? Du Jiaojiao recounted an incident where Wu Yanyan had spoken ill of Ni Yang behind her back. Hearing this, Sheng Wanshi covered her mouth in shock. Oh my! How could Yanyan do something like that? Even Ni Yang didn't expect Wu Yanyan to stoop to such mean-spirited actions. It seemed she really despised her to the marrow. Du Jiaojiao continued, "And just now, she clearly saw us but didn't come over to greet us. That's really odd. Pretty lady, what's really going on between you and Yanyan?" Du Jiaojiao was extremely curious. Ni Yang's eyes remained calm. "It's complicated and can't be explained in just a sentence or two. Actually, Yanyan is my younger sister, blood-related. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1046, Scumbag Exposes True Colors, Awakening, 6th Update. Facts were facts, and Ni Yang did not want to conceal anything. Du Jiaojiao looked at Ni Yang in surprise. No wonder. No wonder, I always thought you two looked a bit alike." Although Wu Yanyan did slightly resemble Ni Yang, her features were not as stunning. Beauty lies in the skin as well as in the bones. Compared to Ni Yang, Wu Yanyan lacked a lot of natural charisma. Wu Yanyan was the gentle lady locked in the boudoir, while Ni Yang was indeed the world-conquering beauty in brilliant attire. These two, fundamentally, couldn't even be compared. Ni Yang just smiled. When Du Jiaojiao learned that Ni Yang had saved old Master Du, she thoroughly investigated Ni Yang's background. She knew about Ni Yang's life experiences. She also knew Ni Yang had 3 sisters who were abandoned due to the preference for a male child. "Does Yanyan know she is your sister?" Du Jiaojiao continued to ask. Ni Yang nodded. "She knows." Du Jiaojiao then said, "Is she blaming your grandmother for abandoning her and that's why she bears a grudge against you?" "Maybe." Ni Yang's tone was indifferent. "She blames me and my mother for not protecting her." Du Jiaojiao frowned slightly. "It's understandable that she blames your aunt, but if she also resents you, then that's unreasonable. How old were you at that time? What could you have done?" Ni Yang was also just a child at that time. She probably had only just started to walk steadily. How could she have stopped Grandma Mu from throwing away the children? Ni Yang just smiled silently. Du Jiaojiao continued, "Have you explained it to her?" "I have." Ni Yang shrugged, but she wouldn't listen. Not only did she not listen, but she also saw Ni Yang as a completely wicked villain. Fortunately, Ni Yang was rather open-minded and didn't mind these issues. If it were someone else, Wu Yanyan's heartless words could probably kill them with frustration. Du Jiaojiao sighed. Every family has its own troubles. "Alright, let's not talk too much about this, let's go over there and take a look." Ni Yang nodded, took Sheng Wanzai's hand, and followed Du Jiaojiao's steps. After the 3 of them left, Wu Yanyan emerged from behind the cover. She had a hunch. They were just discussing her. Ni Yang must have spoken ill of her to Du Jiaojiao. Stirring up trouble, reversing right and wrong. Perhaps by now, she's already a villain who cannot discern good from evil in Du Jiaojiao's eyes. It was so unbearable. Why should Ni Yang malign her behind her back? Wu Yanyan bit her lip hard, her face full of resentment. Yet now, aside from feeling aggrieved, she had no other option. Ni Yang was too shrewd, winning hearts effortlessly. Even if she rushed to explain, Du Jiaojiao wouldn't believe her. In front of Ni Yang, she had no choice but to accept her fate. But she didn't want to. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1047, Confession, Part 7. Hearing the familiar voice, Shangguan couldn't control herself anymore and hugged his waist directly. She burst into a loud cry. The feeling was like that of a child who had been wronged, suddenly seeing an adult from home. All the grievances were infinitely magnified at that moment. Wu Qinjun froze, not knowing what to do. He said, "Tell me, who bullied you? I'll go get revenge for you." Not only did Shangguan not answer Wu Qinjun, but she cried even louder. There weren't many reasons that could make Shangguan cry so heartbroken. It must be because of some pretty-faced boy. With slightly furrowed brows, Wu Qinjun looked up ahead. Sure enough, he saw Zuoling not far away, laughing and chatting with another woman. This pretty-faced boy, having Shangguan so good and not cherishing her, actually went to flirt with other women. Wu Chenjin's eyes filled with anger. "Is it Zuoling, that pretty-faced boy who bullied you? Wait. I'll go beat him up right now." Daring to bully Shangguan. He doesn't see whose woman Shangguan is. Wu Qinjun released Shangguan and strode over towards Zuoling. "Don't go." Shangguan reached out and grabbed Wu Chenjin's hand. Wu Qinjun could easily have brushed off Shangguan's hand. But he just couldn't. His hand felt electrified, tingling all over. "Don't go." Shangguan choked up, "Could you take me away from here?" She didn't want to face Zuoling, nor did she want Zuoling to see her in such a sorry state. She just wanted to leave this place immediately. "Okay." Wu Qinjun gripped Shangguan's hand firmly, shielding her in his arms and using his suit jacket to cover her face, striding toward the exit. Passers-by looked on curiously, but none saw Shangguan's discomposure. Wu Qinjun escorted Shangguan to the car. "Where do you want to go?" Shangguan shook her head, "I don't know." Zuoling was her first love, and the one she wanted to marry ideally. The sudden turn of events made her feel as if her world had collapsed. The whole world turned dark. Wu Qinjun reached out and ruffled Shangguan's hair. "It's just a man, isn't it?" "Shangguan Xiaoxi, are you that frail? I remember the old you wasn't like this." Shangguan glared at Wu Qinjun, her voice still thick with tears. "What do you know? You've never been in love." "How do you know I've never been in love?" Wu Qinjun countered. Shangguan was taken aback. "Oh. Have you?" It made sense, after all. Wu Qinjun had been abroad for so many years, how could he have never been in love? Wu Qinjun smiled and handed Shangguan a tissue. "Want to wipe your tears? You're stronger than me, at least you once had love, while I never even had that." There was a trace of forlornness in the depths of Wu Chenjin's eyes. Shangguan casually wiped her eyes. "Oh. What do you mean?" Wu Qinjun fell silent. "I mean, it's about being secretly in love." "Shangguan Xiaoxi, after all these years, how can you still be as clueless as before?" His remark was ambiguous. Everyone around him could see that he liked Shangguan, except for Shangguan herself. In fact, Shangguan really hadn't noticed. "Aw. You have someone you secretly like." Wu Qinjun was handsome, well-educated, from a good family, and had studied abroad. Shangguan thought he surely wouldn't lack girlfriends. It was unimaginable that Wu Qinjun had someone he secretly admired. Truly incredible. Wu Chenjun said with a smile, "You can have a boyfriend, why can't I have someone I secretly admire?" Shang Wanshi sniffled, I didn't mean that, my point is your standards are so high, what kind of girl wouldn't be satisfied with you? Wu Chenjun sighed, I also want to ask her what she doesn't like about me, so I can change. Unfortunately, she doesn't even want to give me a chance to change. Shang Wanshi sighed too, Wu Chenjun, you are so pitiful. Compared to her, Wu Chenjun indeed seemed to be a lot more pitiful. This comparison made Shang Wanshi feel a bit more balanced in her heart. It seems that in this world, she wasn't the only pitiful person. I'm so pitiful, does it make you feel a little better? Wu Chenjun turned his head to look at Shang Wanshi. Shang Wanshi paused for a moment, then said, Wu Chenjun, you're not making up this story just to comfort me, are you? Do I look like that great of a person? Wu Chenjun retorted. It seemed, not really. Wu Chenjun continued, I'm serious, do you want me to go beat up that pretty boy? There's no need, Shang Wanshi shook her head. Wu Chenjun frowned slightly, you still have illusions about him. That made sense, 3 years of a relationship was not something you could let go of just because you said so. A mysterious expression surfaced in the depths of Wu Chenjun's eyes. It felt like he was a little short of breath. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanshi immediately denied, how could that be possible? I'm not an idiot. After all Zhuo Ling has done, why would I still harbor any illusions about him? Why wouldn't you let me beat him up then? Wu Chenjun countered. Shang Wanshi said, because I'm afraid hell dirty your hands. For a scumbag like him, it's not worth it at all. Shang Wanshi had a clear sense of love and hate. At this point, she had completely given up on Zhuo Ling. Her family was right, a person with character issues like Zhuo Ling simply didn't deserve her. She deserved better. Now, she regretted not listening to her family earlier and leaving Zhuo Ling sooner. At the same time, Shang Wanshi was also thankful that she had uncovered Zhuo Ling's true colors early. If she had found out after getting married, it wouldn't have ended well. Thinking back, she realized how foolish she had been. To be deceived by Zhuo Ling so completely, she should have realized long ago that Zhuo Ling had ill intentions. Wu Chenjun's eyes lit up as if he had come back to life. Are you speaking truthfully? Shang Wanshi nodded, of course it's true. Wu Chenjun then said, if it's the truth, then why are you crying? 3 years, I wasted 3 years with him. My heart isn't made of stone, how could I not have any reaction? That was the prime of her youth. Wasting 3 precious years on a scumbag like Zhuo Ling, how could Shang Wanshi not feel upset? Wu Chenjun was still a bit worried, what if he turned over a new leaf? Would you forgive him? No. Shang Wanshi said firmly. A scumbag is a scumbag. Even if he's reborn, as long as he's still Zhuo Ling, I will never forgive him. A smile slowly appeared on Wu Chenjun's lips, really. Happiness came so unexpectedly, he couldn't believe it, what should he do? Of course it's true. Shang Wanshi affirmed resolutely. Having known Shang Wanshi for so many years, Wu Chenjun knew well that she was a woman of her word. Since Shang Wanshi was so certain, she definitely wouldn't rekindle the past flame. That meant his chance had arrived. Wu Chenjun started the car, shall I take you home now? Shang Wanshi shook her head, I don't want to go home right now. Wu Lao-san, let's go for a drink. Can we go to Blue Night Bar? No matter the era, there's never a shortage of nightlife. By 85, Beijing already had several bars. Wu Chenjun thought for a moment, are you sure you want to go to the bar? Shang Wanshi nodded, I've never been to a bar my entire life. Can you take me just this once? Wu Chenjun hesitated, then nodded, all right. Bars in the 80s were a bit different from those in later years. Bars of later times were glitzy and extravagant. At present, bars were simply places for drinking, not only orderly but also quite elegant, open even during the day. Shang Guanxi ordered 2 pitchers of beer in one go. At first, it was fine, but after a couple of glasses, she started crying while drinking. Usually prim and proper, Shang Guanxi became a different person when drunk, hugging Wu Qinjun and cursing out Zhuo Ling. Wu Qinjun just played along with her antics and joined in the cursing. Meanwhile, Ni Yang and Du Jiaojiao were still picking out clothes. Du Jiaojiao was a shopping guru, and in no time, she was carrying 7 or 8 bags. Ni Yang also selected a cheongsam for herself, along with a coat and a down jacket, and bought a set for each of the 3 elders, her parents, and little Ni Yun at home. The beauty, Xiaoxi hasn't returned yet. Are you sure she's alright? Du Jiaojiao was a little worried about Shang Guanxi. She has Wu Qinjun with her, she'll be fine. Wu Qinjun grew up with Shang Guanxi since childhood, and he was a gentleman, and Ni Yang wasn't worried about Shang Guanxi at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible.